So, in the beginning, in the beginning, the beginning, there was only silence. Silence so vast it swallowed the light of newborn stars. A silence that listened, waiting for the hum of creation. And then, like a breath drawn from the cosmos itself, Therian was born. A galaxy of impossible beauty, nebulae that shimmer like cathedral glass, worlds carved from crystal and flame, and rivers of starlight that arc through the void like veins of a living god. Empires have risen here, then burned out like the dying embers of a forgotten sun. The ruins of their greatness drift still, whispering to those daring enough to listen. Yet for all its splendor, Therian is not kind. Beyond Beyond the shimmer of civilization lies a frontier of fractured moons, outlawed worlds, relics of ancient powers best left buried. Trade routes run thick with pirates and mercenaries. Prophets speak in the tongues of black holes. And somewhere in the depths, the lost treasure of Nebula, myth older than the Federation itself, beckons with promises of power and ruin. Across the sectors, the factions stir, those like the Galactic Federation, choking on its own laws, or the Void-born Syndicate carving their creed into the hulls of dying ships. Those like the Verdant Chain preaching balance between machine and seed, and a dozen more, all clawing at the same celestial dream: control. Amid this turmoil, one ship sails black between worlds like a ghost. The Eclipse, once a Federation frigate, now a smuggler's haven. Her captain, Zara, bears no banner but her own. Only the map of her past is etched into scars and star lines. I can't read. I wrote it. I can't read. Around her gathers a crew of the broken and the bold, a medic, a warforged. At least, maybe he is. We don't know. And a few races undefined by some people's standards. In the shadow of the bazaar, that rotting spine of steel and neon, where every sin has its price, fate stirs, and a new journey begins. Not for the conquest, not for glory, but for truth buried deep in the heart of the stars. Welcome, everyone, to Ethereum, where every world remembers and every secret burns. We are all opening up in the bazaar that is humming to life, full of all kinds of kinds, every walk of life. And every person here has done something in their time to remain off the books. Every hall is crowded and shrouded with stalls of many different merchants from all over the galaxy itself. Different walks of life, peddling who knows what, for whomever is willing to buy. Every credit is worth whatever you can put into it. Some peddle just to survive, some peddle just for the company. Any merchant that visits this place to sell their wares knows of their ill-gotten gains and intends on capitalizing. The owner of this bazaar is a very extravagant man known as Aaron Draven. He's very well known. And when we say well known, we mean, well, by those who visit these parts very quite often. He's been the owner of this bazaar now for quite some time. And in that time, he has simply rebranded the entire place. No one knows quite exactly how he obtained the space in the first place, as he changes the story every time you ask him. And everyone knows that there is only one rule in the bazaar. There is to be absolutely zero violence whatsoever. Aaron takes this quite seriously as his masked veil are hidden everywhere. Now, some people say that's a really silly thing to say because are they really hidden? Stand out like a sore thumb. They're very obvious creatures. However, they do not breathe. They don't, it seems like, anyways. They don't speak. They don't talk. They've never been seen eating. They don't remove their masks. But they will move with such certainty if Aaron wills it. That's not to say he doesn't roam these areas of this absolute bazaar completely unattended, but he does not roam with them as bodyguards or of anything of the sort. He doesn't need them to. Because he believes, and for as long as he's kept this bazaar open, that everyone abides by these rules. Some people say it's just a common courtesy. Some people say the only way they can keep their business alive. The bazaar has given home to many, and Aaron accepts them all, rather willingly. Is it too kind? Who's really to say? We will start, actually, in Aaron's office. I will show you all a picture of Aaron. I don't remember if I had or not, but I will do it now. We'll go ahead and throw it in the lore. As everyone waits patiently. Aaron kind of gives himself probably more grace than he probably deserves. He floats elegantly through any room, can be seen mingling with even the smallest of commoners. But people don't necessarily worship him. They respect him, but no more than that. You can't really give him the grace he hasn't technically deserved. Some people say he's earned it through, well, creating this space for seemingly criminals of every kind. But at the same time, he just likes being hospitable. Or at least that's what he would tell you. In his office, he can be seen sitting there at a desk, writing a few things down. Ramiel. Hello, friend.
Hi, God.
Ramiel, you're sitting across his desk, and you're patiently waiting for Aaron to say something. And as he's writing and scribbling, it feels like a millennia has gone by. Please describe your character.
Mm. Hi. Uh, So, Ramiel is kind, I would say, a interesting creature. He is a 6 foot two um, pulsar genasi. Now, I up to God, obviously, how often anyone would see these kind of genasis around. Um, he usually sits in a shifting kind of bluish, greenish coloration when it comes to his skin tone. Um, and he has kind of, I feel like the best way I could describe the way his eyes, or at least what I was trying to go for, almost seem in a sense of images of black holes. Um, he kind of wears very patchy, almost homemade looking outfit. He has a very long like a coat that looks like it could be reversible, but it's obviously definitely seen better days somewhere. Uh, Other parts of his clothing obviously patched up, hand stitched. Um, he wears kind of more tattered boots that he tries to keep clean. Uh, Hands, he wears gloves that expose his fingers but keep his palms hidden. But his fingers are kind of adorned in jewelry. Um, and kind of squirming around underneath his coat is a small ferret.
That's adorable. I need art of it.
There is art. Oh, well, I guess I mean like yeah, I could go, I could go grab the reference sheet here. Hold on. Don't worry, guys. Lucifer's there.
I was like, if
Um,
there if there wasn't art already, it's coming soon. I've seen bits and bobs.
I mean, the stream needs to see it too.
the stream doesn't need to see anything.
Also,
uh,
Yes.
God, did you want to let one of us do the streaming on Discord? That way you aren't running your connection too hard there.
Yeah, if you'd like. Kind of like all over the place, which might be why Blue Jay was having connection issues earlier to the map.
I was always having connection issues.
I don't know if mine's much better, but until someone complains. Val, get back
um,
in there.
but yeah, I would say that in this moment, yes, for sure, the kind of quietness is a little unsettling, but he'd probably be messing around with a couple things on Aaron's desk, maybe even leaning back in his chair, tilting it back so that two of the legs are standing, kind of testing fate there.
Love that for you. So, as Aaron continues to scribe, he doesn't look up from his notes as he breathes over his page. Remio, we've been over this 100 times. As long as you stay here, and I allow it, you still owe money, which you haven't paid in the last 2 months.
The business has been slow, but it will come in waves, yeah.
Yes, well, no money paid means no stay. I can't just run a shelter for the lost souls.
I've always found the money for you, have I not?
He kind of like heavily sighs and he looks up finally over his notes. And he looks you in the eye, kind of like down the nose. It's not about the money. I've had way too many complaints of you robbing people blind. And yes, although no blood has been spilled, this cannot go on much longer before someone dies.
I have not been robbing anyone anything. I have signs all over the shop. They say no refunds, no returns.
He kind of does like a hard stare at you, just like absolutely overly tired and just looking right into your soul as he's just. We both know that it's probably not you referring to. He kind of like gestures to your like with his nose to your coat pocket.
You know that is not fair. He is just a creature. He does not know better.
Yes, but he's a creature meddling with other people's affairs, and normally I wouldn't mind, except that I have to keep hearing about it. Believe me,
Just
it's not on the top of the list of things that concern me around here. But
then
the
I don't
missed
see what the
rent
problem is.
is.
Yes, that is a complication that I am working on.
This is still, in fact, a business that I unfortunately have to run. So I've made a decision. He kind of like stands up all of his papers and shuffles them a bit. You will be joining Zara and her crew, and you will be joining her on her quest when you obtain whatever the goods may be. Credits. They will be returned and paid to me in full. Do we have an understanding?
What quest is this again?
Captain Zara and her crew will be heading a launch mission to recover the treasure of Nebula X. I'm sure you've been made aware.
Oh, you're joking.
Of
You.
course not. I never joke. Except at parties.
Well, this must be a very fun party for you. Because that is a death wish, and I do not have one of those.
That may be, but I assure you, Zara and her team are an incredible group of scavengers that are absolutely the right people for a job like this. And you will be in good hands.
And I am the right person for this, because it does not seem like they would need someone like me on there.
Oh, but that's the beauty of it. You develop skills, I'm sure, at your time and leisure here, as well as your companion. Maybe of some kind of use to them. They don't have a companion quite as small and thefty.
Lucifer has a mind of his own. I barely am able to keep control of him myself.
Listen, I understand that this is not something in your realm of expertise. However, your options are either you will attend with Captain Zara on her launch, or unfortunately, you will have to be exiled from the Bazaar.
And there's not a third option?
At this time, unfortunately, no.
Ramiel kind of finally lets the legs fall back so that he's actually sitting forward now. He kind of rubs, he kind of runs his hand over his temple a bit and takes a deep breath. You are not going to throw away all my items, right? They are all expensive.
Should the exile not happen, your wares will not be touched.
And my apartment?
It will be left unswept until you return. When? With the credits this time, yes?
Of course, there will always be the credits.
The credits, however, I will warn you. They will stack. Your rent will be paid for every month you are not here, as well as the past due. So long as you would like your things.
You are not giving me much of a choice otherwise, so.
Listen, I
Consider it
appreciate
done.
your business. This is a matter of mere business.
Of course, of
For
course.
you and for me. So, Zara will have a meeting tonight. At the Poison Chalice. You will be there. She is aware of your known presence. I should presume you back. Whenever that may be. You may leave.
Ramiel will stand and, before leaving, playfully give a bow before leaving the office completely.
Draven kind of still has that tired-eyed look, but he gives you a pleasant cheese, a smile as you leave. Roll me a perception check real fast.
Understood.
First roll of the campaign.
Well, that's a solid 17, Chief. I realize none of us imported any of our characters off to the Discord.
Well, that's okay. There we go. So as you leave, you kind of catch Aaron roll his eyes a little bit and kind of like let out this breath that he's been holding in for so long. You kind of get the sense that your presence there in the bazaar is not entirely as welcome as he may have seemed. Heading back to your stall, you're you're approaching and you're kind of taking like a little mental inventory of everything that is usually on the table. And for a bunch of thieves, everything is relatively commiserate between everyone. But of course, you are still amongst thieves and beggars. So it's kind of like second nature just to do a little once over of everything, of course. And just as you do, you notice that there are quite a few customers waiting in line. A tall fellow with a snaggly underbite kind of stands there awkwardly in the doorway and just kind of looks at you, looks down at you, and he says, "Do you know what day it is?"
If I were to guess, I would say perhaps a very special day.
Well, yes, but why is it special?
Every day we are alive is special, is it not?
Wow. Yeah, but surely you remember who I am, right?
Can I? Oh, can I roll for that? Think probably history would be the right roll for that, right?
Yes.
Great. Wow. It's a solid 20. Or dirty 20, but
Digging back into your memory, you do remember this guy. He always comes back on the second Tuesday of every month, and he always asks the same dumb question: am I going to be rich? And you always come up with something extremely interesting and so vague that he leaves happy every time, regardless of what it is you have to say to him. But the main thing that you remember about this particular person is that he never pays well. He never tips well.
well, of course I know you, my friend. How could I forget our monthly visits? Yes. But I do have some unfortunate news. You see, our very, very kind Aaron, very good man, of course, I would never think otherwise of him, is sending me away for a while. I cannot tell you how long, though.
So, who else am I gonna ask? I don't really trust any of these other guys. They're all. And he kind of like leans down and whispers in your ear, criminals. Just like stand straight back up.
That is true. There is not anyone like me, of course, but there are some good people here. You just need to know where to find them. But come, come. I know you are dying to ask something important.
Oh,
And
yes, you're so
he'll
good. See, you
lead you
knew.
to the. Of course, I know. I always know. Yes.
You always do. So this is
Uh,
actually where, before we continue here, just a second in the scene. Ariana,
Yes.
as you stand outside the stall, well, you start browsing through all of the trinkets and little amulets, medallions, crystals that are all kind of compiled here on this table in front of you. And they don't really seem to necessarily have a real rhyme or reason or organization necessarily, but you start looking at them and none of these things are really, none of them are really vibing with you, you know? And as you're waiting, you see a tall gentleman begin speaking with another. And you think really nothing of it, as, well, this is a common area, there's tons of people. Of course, the chances of being at a stall with somebody else is very high. Please roll me a perception check.
I got 19.
As you see this gentleman and this blue fellow having a chat, you overhear a few things as they're close enough, but not too close so you can hear every word of them speaking of almost what seems like some kind of. You're getting the vibe that this blue fellow here has some kind of clairvoyance or maybe even some kind of second natured telepathy, or you can't quite place it, but it is alluring at most. But judging by how many different wares are in this stall, none of them congruent to each other necessarily, it piques your interest a bit that it doesn't hurt to at least ask if they've got anything else in store for you. Ramio, in the back with this rather large orc friend of yours. What's happening?
Yeah. So Ramiel would have pulled him more into the back of his stall. Um, Ramiel, of course, would light some incense, and as he takes his seat behind his chair, pull out from his pocket um, a deck of tarot cards. And he would begin to shuffle very intently. Um, so, please tell me, my friend, once again, what is it that you are looking for?
Oh, I know it probably sounds like a broken record at this point, but I want money. I need lots of money.
And right as he says money, a single card falls out while he's shuffling. And he grins and places the deck down before grabbing the card that fell. And between his two fingers, he slips it so that the face of the card, or the card faces the tall gentleman. Well, look who has the cosmos. Look who. Oh, sorry. Look who the cosmos has decided to spoil. As the card is revealed to be the Wheel of Fortune.
That's a
It's
good
not
thing,
fair,
right?
darling. Of course, it is a good thing. You're going to be rich. The kind of rich that makes enemies. It's the kind of rich that makes you forget what humble ever meant.
Wow, that seems like a lot of money. You know
Of course.
when this will happen?
He would shuffle the cards again. And as he shuffles the cards, I'm gonna actually do a real roll here. And bear with me to anyone who ever decides that this is what they want from this character. I'm pre- I have to fact check myself here. Hold on. I'm pretty sure there's 72 cards in a tarot deck.
I'm the worst person to ask that question to.
78. Dang, I was off by a couple. Okay, understood. So we're gonna roll. Wow. Okay.
No idea if that's
Thanks,
good or
Major
not.
Arcana.
Stream until I burp in it.
Bear with me here as I'm. Is the High Priestess. I knew that.
And we all knew that you knew that.
And I'm totally looking at my tarot card manual right now so I can come up with something. And as he shuffles, another card flips out. And he once again places the deck down, and grabs the second card. Ah, this is the High Priestess, Keeper of Secrets. She doesn't tell time, she likes to hide it. Your riches, they're already written, darling. The problem is, you haven't learned the language yet. You will be rich when you stop chasing and you start to listen.
Wow. That's very in depth. There's no way that you can tell me how much, right? Or maybe what I have to do? I I know I always ask every time I'm here, but sometimes I feel like we get a little bit closer to what it is I have to really truly do to get to this point. And I'm hoping that this might be the session we learn. And he kind of like makes himself so small and he leans into you from across.
Ah, of course, but you do have the credits for it this time, yes?
Oh, yes. And he kind of reaches into his pocket and dumps out about 4 blue credits onto the table. I did bring them this time, and I brought an extra one from last time. I do apologize.
Ah, well, I do appreciate the payment. But unfortunately, the prices they go up more and more. So for what I have delivered today, this will suffice.
So,
But the
you
next
can't
time,
tell me?
mm, I cannot. Unfortunately, I work for a price, just like everyone here, yes?
Oh,
It would not be fair for you to ask me to work for anything cheaper.
but this is all that I have.
Hmm. But you do know soon you will be rich, yes? So, when that time comes, I will tell you anything your heart desires.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Romeo. I do appreciate this. I hopefully will have more credits next time I see you, and maybe next time you can really tell me what I'm gonna get. Because I'm so close. I know it, and I know what you say is it's gotta be true. And he kind of just stands tall again, and he looks like he's about to grab you in for an aggressive bear hug when he realizes just how slightly smaller and frailer your body is to him, and decides to go against it and clasp you on the back of the shoulder as he shakes your hand vigorously. He walks out. You kind of glimpse from the curtain as before it closes a very I don't want to use the word smaller, but a very elegantly framed figure who's wide-eyed and clearly looking at the array of assortment that you have to offer, and ever so slowly creeping closer to the curtain. You open it, just enough so you can meet their gaze. Ariana, please describe your character.
Well, it would be taller than, like taller than average by a little bit, not too much. Uh, Owlin woman with only one wing, strangely enough. Obviously, it's first time being in the bazaar, but still clearly looking for something or anything at this point. Not signs of much equipment.
As she kind of enters Ramiel's stall more, he would quickly pocket the credits before placing Lucifer down onto his table in the back and
Cheeky.
approaching approaching this Owlin. Well, you look like someone the stars have sent my way for a purpose. How can I help you today?
Well, that's kind of a good question, I guess you could say. I mean, I know they say this place is great to get stuff at, equipment-wise and whatnot. And, I don't, maybe information? I don't really know who to talk to here for information, though.
Information you can get anywhere. I can provide information about your past, your future. Whatever you may be looking for, I can provide.
This one's rather important, but
I am fully capable. You do seem new around here, so I will introduce myself. My name is Ramiel. I am a bit of a seer, if you will, here in the bazaar.
uh, what does that mean exactly?
I have some abilities where I can take peeks, glances into your past, into your present life, and even your future.
Well, maybe, well, you might be able to know something.
But of course, for a price. My services are where to come around.
I mean, I don't have the most money in the world, but I have some.
And how much would you, per se, say you have?
God, we never actually discussed this part.
You've probably got about 100 credits in your pocket from what you've been able to scrounge from leftover.
How many did you say you kind of broke up whenever you said it?
Sorry, I was dying. You've got about 100 credits from everything that is left over. It's not quite as much as what you were hoping, but it is what you were able to obtain.
Well, currently I've only got roughly 100 credits, and that's not counting the. I need some equipment and some things to remove life
Hmm,
from the living.
I understand. Well, for someone new and looking for help in this troubling time, I usually run my readings for 50 credits, but for you I could do for 25.
Yeah, that works. I can always potentially trade something off for some credits here somewhere.
Come, come. And he'll start leading you to the back of his stall, where there's a table, and it is kind of adorned in different cloths, silks, stuff like that. On top of it, of course, there's an incense, and it smells faintly of sandalwood burning. And he pulls the seat out for you to take a seat across from his, offering for you to take the seat.
Ariana's gonna sit down, but
On April 19th,
careful of the only wing
2025,
she currently has.
thousands of Orthodox Christians gathered at Jerusalem's Church of the
When
Holy
she
Sepulchre
sits,
to partake in the
Ramiel,
revered Holy
being
Fire
a gentleman,
ceremony,
will
a tradition
help
symbolizing
move
the
it forward
resurrection
a
of
bit
Jesus
more
Christ.
before he takes a seat
As the
across
Greek
from her.
Orthodox Patriarch
Um,
emerged from the
Off to the side, he has his tarot deck, and
illuminating the ancient church,
depending
igniting the hearts
on
of believers
how
worldwide.
attuned you are to magic, they definitely don't feel like just normal cards.
I'm a
Um,
fighter. I'm not attuned
and
to magic at all.
cool. These cards feel weird. And so he would begin to shuffle his cards. Do you travel from far?
God, how far would you say home would have been from here?
Uh, it's it's not terribly far. I mean, you're a couple planets away from this dying moon that you're all in right now.
Well, home only used to be well, a couple planets away. Though it's
Nice.
less of a home now.
Hmm. And what was your name again?
Ariana,
Ariana. That is a very lovely name. What is it that you are looking for, Ariana?
the, well, to put it bluntly and as possible in a place like this, I'm looking for the people who broke into my home, killed both my parents, and also proceeded to remove my wing from my body.
Hmm. Romeo kind of pauses mid shuffle, as that was probably the most honest response he's ever really gotten out of a person before. um, so you're on a vengeance, per se.
Well, yeah, not even per se. It's 100% a vengeance thing. I was kind of left there to bleed out and woke up in a hospital and still don't even know the man that was in the room with me, but he said he knew my parents. assume that was better
As
than
he-
bleeding out on the floor.
As he finishes shuffling, he will spread the cards across the table and ask you to pull 3 cards. And then so for you, what I'm gonna need you to do is roll 3d 78.
I don't actually know how to do that on the dice bot on here.
If you do it in Discord, you can do /R and then it'll come up with the option.
Where do I do that at?
If you just go on the side chat for Discord, I think
No.
you do it in the yeah.
At 3d78.
Yep. $65, a 50, and a 13. All right. The other thing I'm gonna need you to do is roll 3 1d2s, or no, 3d2s. Yes, because these tarot cards, maybe they have meaning if they're upside down. Beautiful. Bear with me. God, I don't know if you want to maybe like cut off to the side before we do this reading, if there's someone else you want to cut to while I literally do a tarot reading.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a perfect time to make a split. So let's go all the way somewhere where most people would never even think existed on the bazaar. We are going to. Oh man, you put me on the spot. I gotta open up my notes. Hold on.
Haha. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Wait, what's going on?
The music?
Oh.
Listen to an ad, I think.
Also, did you want to take over stream for me? My connection seems to be tweaking.
Me?
Yeah, the Discord, just like pull up the little map thing. It's not super necessary, but
So
has failed me.
we open up underground, if you can even call it that, to a bunker-like basement of sorts, where we can see what seems to be bits of a man just sitting slumped in a bath of ice, feeling a bit groggy and absolutely hardly conscious and god awfully sore. Booker, you wake up in this low rent little sleep pod looking stack, and your body is just absolutely aching in pain. And there's just this faint little dripping coming from the corridor outside. And you hear a little metallic tap, tap, tap onto the door. And as the door slides open, there's a cleaning droid who pauses. He says, "You can't burn what's already turned to ash, brother." And as you kind of
Huh.
take it in, I mean, something is very off putting about the little guy to you immediately. What do you do?
I'm sorry. Can I help you?
As it sits there, and in one hand, a broom is attached to his arm, and the other, there is a little duster and a singular eye that sits in the middle of this droid's head. And the eye is laser beam red. So it just sits there and stares into your soul, I guess it feels like. Slowly, it doesn't respond, but it slowly starts creeping at you.
He's gonna stand up on the bed and just be like, I'm so sorry, this music is like driving me crazy. Okay, there you go. He's gonna stand up on the bed and like kind of be like, can you hear me? Can you hear me talk to you?
Why listen when the burning of flesh is upon us all? And it slowly just keeps just rolling across the room toward you.
She's just I'm just gonna back up, like, as far back from the bed as I can, um, and just be like, who sent you, or what do you want from me?
It doesn't reply, and as it reaches the edge of the bed, it pauses for a second before hearing an audible thud as it literally runs into the frame of the bed. And its
Is it like a
arm,
Roomba, kind of?
I mean, it's a Roomba, but like he's a little more upright. Like he's not
Yeah,
very
yeah.
big, but like I mean, I say he's not very big, but he's probably about the same size as you if you probably stood
Yeah,
next to
yeah,
him.
yeah.
Uh, and you see his arm that is a broom slowly retract inside its square-like body and return as a plasma cutter. And as it begins to whir up, he raises it above its head, and you can tell where this is going at this point.
Yeah, I'm I'm gonna jump off the bed and just try to run towards the door.
As you as you jump off the bed and you start racing for the door, it quickly there's a millisecond of hesitation in this droid before it turns and begins following you, chasing you down the hall.
Fuck. I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna try to run toward if there's like a reception desk or something, and just run towards that.
As you're running, something behind you is audibly clanging and crashing. It seems like whatever was chasing you, at least on wheels, is no longer following. And when you turn to look, the droid is down. There is no sign of how it fell, but you can see a few bits of its cables and wiring removed from the back of the system. The whirring of the plasma cutter is no more. But there's no sign, no immediate sign of who or what might have done this.
I'm gonna just slowly kind of creep up towards it and kind of look around and see if I can, I guess, investigate or something and see if I can figure out what happened.
You can roll an investigation check for sure.
free.
Looking around this droid, there doesn't seem to be anything other than the cables ripped essentially from the back of this droid at first. But however, there is one very obvious, like almost kind of like yellow chip that is sitting underneath all of the wires that is very clearly wasn't there before as you were running through the hall previously. And you pick it up, or if you pick it up, the scribing on it
Pick it up.
is really hard to read for you. You don't know if it's just residual eyes playing tricks on you from last night, or if you're still sleepy and things are just not working right. But this particular chip, it's not a data chip that you would recognize directly.
I'm just gonna pocket it. And then I'm gonna keep heading towards the reception desk.
Okay. As you're heading down the corridor, it seems like the time getting there is like endless. There's like very like there's always there's a couple doors that are ajar or half slit open. Some of them are like bent inward or outward from whomsoever may have been staying there. This is definitely no place that you have visited before, obviously. However, this kind of scene behind the scenes essentially is pretty regular to you, so it really doesn't have an effect on how you feel about it. And as you're walking down the corridor, there's like moans and groans coming from some of the rooms. Droids are repairing themselves, and kind of just casually walking down the hall, you appear at the counter, and the droid who normally mans the station is nowhere to be found. There is a cute little bell on the desk, though.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I cut out.
Yep, there's a fun little bell on the counter, but the receptionist is not
I'm gonna jump up and try to hit the bell.
there. It's like right on the edge, so like you can tell what it is, but obviously like what is over the counter, there doesn't seem to be anything else up there.
Right.
As you jump up and smack the bell, it kind of falls off the desk a little bit and kind of rings an extra loud ring. And kind of just look around for a second, and but no one approaches right away. And as you're kind of standing there,
Pick up the.
yeah,
I was gonna pick up the bell and then I'm gonna hit it a couple more times and then like set it back up.
okay. As you're kind of just like standing around waiting for someone to arrive at the counter, semi hoping no one does. Yeah, there seems to be something. Roll me. What is your? I'm asking, but I literally have access to this in 2 seconds. Did you know that D&D Beyond is not a secure site to be looking at? I don't know what that means, but I did get a warning. Nice. You get something sharp pressed into your back from footsteps that you didn't hear coming.
I'm gonna immediately raise my hands. Listen, buddy, I have maybe like 15 credits. Alright?
That's not what I thought when I saw what you did last night. You should have more than that.
Hey, I didn't win anything, if you were watching.
Well, I'm also somebody who knows that this isn't your last and only fight that you've been in. So I'm sure you've racked up quite a few.
Listen, I'm sure we can make a deal. There's something else that I can do, as payment, maybe. Or you can take the 15 credits that I have. That's all I got.
Please roll me a history check.
Okay. That's pretty good for Booker. That's a 12.
That's honestly not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
No.
Maybe it's just something about this person, but something in this more female-ish voice, it kind of stirs some kind of a memory in you, but you can't quite place exactly where it is. They sound familiar, but judging by where the knife is and how far away the slight whispers towards you are, you can tell that this person is definitely rather taller than you, so they can't be a halfling like you or anything of the like. But you can't quite play. It's almost like you can't put the face to a name. And before you have a chance to turn around or even reach into your pocket, she kind of uses like your shoulders to do an elegant flip over your body so she is facing you. And in a fighting stance, she crouches down real low to be eye to eye with you. And you see within this hooded figure glowing green eyes. And you remember that this is Leora. Where or who you can't quite remember. But you do know that you have come in contact with this person before. And before you realize that this person was actually one of the former acolytes of the Ashen Flame, you remember the most crucial part about her. She had defected. Before you get a word
And
out,
sorry, can you tell me
yep,
her name again?
Leora, I will put it in the chat for you.
Gotcha.
It's kind of for everyone. She continues to hold the knife at you when she very accusingly confronts you with, do you even remember the forest that you burned? Do you even remember my name?
Leora, right?
Wow. To be honest, didn't really think you would even know that.
That makes both of us. What are you doing here?
The question is, what are you doing here? Of all the places.
I'm in a little bit of a bind. So I thought maybe this place would be a good spot to make some money.
Okay. Does the Ashen Flame know that you're here?
Why would they know?
Because this is what I've been trying to warn everyone about. They keep tabs on everyone within. There is nowhere that you can go or you can do without them knowing. They might even be here now, which is why I can't be seen. They've changed, Booker. They're building something. I don't even know, something alive this time. I think it's coming here.
Well, that's a good thing, right? It's they're doing something to help people then.
No, it's always been a lie. You know this.
pretty sure they're pretty chill. I mean, when I left, it was fine. I mean, not that I talked to anyone about it when I left, but you know, it's probably they're probably whatever they're doing. You know, they're probably doing it to help people or to get rid of the scum and villainy or whatever.
She just violently shakes her
Please.
head, and she reaches into her pocket with the knife still drawn at your neck at this point. She holds out her fist, anticipating you to reach out your hand. And when you do, she drops a hollow card into it.
Sure.
Before you have a chance to look at it, she fades backwards, leaping right back into the shadows. And looking on the hollow card itself, you see an image of the Ashen Flame symbol. But something about it is distorted, and it's like overlaid with these biological fractals, and you can't quite make out what it's trying to say. But the Ashen Flame symbol to you is something unmistakable, so what it means to you necessarily is 50-50 at this point. I mean, yeah, it kind of proves that she like was there with me, which I would remember maybe. But also at the same time, it's like, where has she been? What has she been doing? Why would she even know that, or why would she even tell you? Ooh.
I think he would pocket, or he would hold that, and he would look into the darkness that she vanished in, and he would be like, "Are you still there? Hello?"
Waiting for an answer, none comes. But you do kind of feel a breeze as the droid at the reception desk just kind of looks over down at you and it's just like, checking in or checking out?
Oh, actually, I need to file a complaint because one of your cleaning droids tried to attack me.
Oh, so sorry about that. Would you like us to discount your stay?
Yes, and I think heavily since my life was, you know, threatened.
And what was your room booked under? It's probably at this time that you remember that you didn't actually book a room here.
Oh,
And
fuck.
while the droid is actively going through its database, and you're watching it scroll through these hollow screens, something in you is feeling like it's time to activate fight or flight.
Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna start backing away towards the door and just be like, actually, you know what? It's not a problem. I'll be all right. You know, just so you know, it exploded or something down the hall. So you should probably, you know, check on that and then just like run out the door.
Just as you say that, like it just it head tilts toward the corridor, and then by the time it turns its head back, you're already out the door. Pacing down all of these narrow streets and lanes in between all these stalls and merchants. Because you made it down this one narrow corridor up to a long flight of stairs up. It's almost like one of those outdoor basement kind of shutters. You kind of break through them, and it seems like there would be this mass of like gasp, and everyone stops and looks at you. But in fact, no, the streets are still bustling. No one is even paying any mind. There's way too much going on here in this little area for them to even really notice that you have even really entered onto the streets. There's so many different kinds that no one would pay you any mind.
Yeah, him just gonna stuff my hands in my pants and just kind of whistle and just keep walking. Do I know where this meeting is supposed to be yet?
You know where it is and what part of the bazaar it's located in. So we would say at this point you'd probably be heading to the starving sector where all of the food
Yeah.
court basically is. Because even though you don't exactly, you know,
Sorry, our animals got triggered by something.
It was me. I did a drive-by dog whistle.
Why did you have to do that? You know my dogs are stupid.
I had to harass you somehow.
I'll send my reference art of Booker in the chat.
more.
There y'all go.
I just saw the GIF you put in there, PJ.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
It's very appropriate.
Cult.
It's a family.
Probably a religion.
And before we continue on, did you want to do any kind of specific character description for your
Oh yeah.
character here?
Yeah. Yeah, Booker is a halfling male. He's probably about 3 feet tall. I sent in our recruiting party, but he's got a short beard. He's got these sort of bloody hand wraps, a black eye, a band-aid over his nose. He's got shitty blonde frosted tips that he thinks are very cool. Red suspenders. And yeah, he's just a short little guy.
This little guy.
Little scruffy guy.
Absolutely fantastic. Right. Are we ready to head back to Ramiel's Hut of Wonders?
Yes, absolutely. After I finish swallowing this fry. Yes, I did it. I'm a good noodle. I know how to tarot read, guys. Alrighty.
Ari's waiting for their
So
incredible tarot reading.
yeah, it's gonna be great. Um, so as uh, Ariana pulls out 3 cards, Ramiel, almost in like a quick, swift movement, um, kind of collects all the cards back into a nice, organized deck and places them down. He spreads out the 3 cards. You wanted direction, not the target, or not the truth. Just in a sense, you're looking for this target, this person who destroyed your life. Yes.
Yeah, that or, any information in general about that or why they would want to kill my family and maim me for the rest of my life.
Hmm, of course. And so he would have you flip the first card, and the first card is the Ace of Pentacles, and it was reversed. He looks at the card and he sits back a little bit. Once there was something precious, a gift, a promise. But It slipped through your hands before you knew what it was worth. Everything that was supposed to grow, rotten. Everything that was supposed to be safe, gone. They took more than blood. They took your foundation. Now you're trying to build yourself after this incident. Um, he'll motion for Ariana to flip the next card, which would end up being the King of Cups. Remio kind of smiles, but not in a humorous way. It's a softer smile. Here he is, the one that made it all look like mercy. The King of Cups, a charmer, a believer, the sort of man who kills and sleeps like he has no sin. He kind of lets his hand hover above the card for a moment, almost looking like he's tracing the shape of the chalice on the card. He hides in plain sight, among believers, maybe, men of devotion and quiet hands. He wears his sins like a badge. He is still alive, somewhere cold. And lastly, Ramiel gestures for Ariana to turn over the last card. And the last card, he looks at it for a moment. The Hanging Man, a traitor's ending. Um, he'll grab the card and look at it, inspecting it like he's never seen this card before he places it down. You'll find him, but not where you expect. He is stuck in a limbo, somewhere between life and punishment. Head towards the outer veil. That might be where you're going to find the man who took everything. And Ramiel will collect the cards and shuffle them back into the deck.
I have no idea how to do that, but
Well, there are always many people looking for adventure. I'm sure you could find yourself a crew here.
well, having equipment would probably help with that first.
If you are looking for equipment, Remiel will kind of stand up and kind of motion back to the front of his stall to look around and try to give Ariana good direction to people that sell weapons. He's not going to send them to good people that sell not great prices of weapons, but to people that sell weapons. If you head in that direction, in that direction, God, I almost killed myself. If you head in that direction, you'll find people that can arm you with some of the best weapons this side of the galaxy have seen.
Right. Is there anyone in particular that I should possibly talk to for additional information that is more understandable?
Maybe I was gonna note that as a compliment. Um, and then, um, Hey God, how can I send this man on the wildest goose chase in the world?
When you say wild goose chase,
Wild goose chase as
probably.
to like talk to this guy, that guy, then maybe that guy, and then none of them have the right answer.
Well, it would probably start with Crazy Uncle Dave. He's no one's uncle, but that's what they call him.
Gotcha. Ramiel would smile. There is a kind man here in the bazaar. He is very much like family to us. We call him Uncle Dave. You'll find him just a couple booths down, off to the right.
Right. I'll go there
And
after
tell
I
him
buy
Ramiel
things.
sends you.
Right. I'll go there after I buy things.
Of course. Um, and God, I have a little, I have a little guy who may have been attempting to mayhaps look for shiny items on this very beautiful bird lady.
Does he have a stat block?
Um, they don't have a ferret stat block, but I found a weasel stat block, which I feel like is comparable.
Yeah, I guess you could. Go ahead and roll.
Cool, cool. What would you like my little sneaky guy to roll?
A sleight of hand, of course.
Sleight of hand. Understood. Hold up. Wait a minute. Reverse it. All right, Lucifer, don't fail me now. Oh, what a god! 21.
21.
21.
So, interestingly enough, Lucifer climbing into the pockets of dear friend Ariana here. You, he comes back to you as Ariana turns to leave, and you see him kind of run past you instead of to you. And as he runs past you, you see a small little earring. And he's gonna go right into the back, right past you, and not even show you or anyone else.
Small bastard. Ramiel's gonna go look for his his little shit once Ariana is gone.
Ariana, you just kind of like look down and you just see something furry escape your like pant leg, like right out from beneath your cloak, and they you see it scurry away, and then you can tell it's something that's furry, but you can't quite make out exactly what it is as it darts underneath the cloth table, tape tablecloth, and right through the back curtain.
Right, well, good luck with whatever it is you're doing. Hopefully there's some form of truth to what you've said.
I never lie, my dear friend. We are all family here in the bazaar, and we do not live to family.
Ariana's just gonna blink, just be like, yeah, yeah, sure.
Right.
And then she's just gonna leave.
Back out onto the streets. Ariana, you are able to find a couple of vendors who are willing to offer you supplies. Most of them are coming at really, really hefty prices at you. Most of which seem almost like it would be silly even if you weren't only limited to how many credits that you have. Even outside, like, I mean, you have a fair idea of what fair market price is. Maybe not for weapons, but for essentials and things like that, like the prices here are astronomical. And it seems like you're running out of ideas, but you continue heading toward where the starving sector is, at least in hopes of finding something along the way. Who's ready to teleport again? Boop, 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 boop.
Boop, 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 boop.
We are now moving over to... Oh. We glance into what looks like... I'm not going to give away exactly where it is, but you can see in a back booth in a dimly lit tavern-like area. And there seems to be... I can't say that. That's probably trademarked, so I'm not going to say it. I'll just say what's in my notes. The boys.
The boys.
They enter in, and before they enter in, something catches your eye. There seems to be a booth sitting there, and there's these broken shards of various psionic crystals, and one of them begins to resonate with you. And before you have time to even stop and really even think about looking at it, shady looking creature hidden in a very long cloak and hooded. One eye is peering at you when you hear "careful with that one. It remembers dreams that aren't yours." Before you think about grabbing it or even looking at it, you kind of just, you're not really sure, but what do you do?
Is it directed at any of us or just?
Well, it's directed at you for stopping and looking over at that specific crystal, the one that is kind of appearing on a similar wavelength that you can feel. The other two cannot.
Okay. I guess I'm going to. Can I investigate for like some sort of magic or something associated with it?
I'll let you roll an Arcana check.
As someone who's likely always in the sibling's head, can I give them advantage on this?
Sure. I mean, because it would be about at this point when you notice that Aaron has stopped walking and is looking amongst this table here.
Got a 16.
There we go. Slightly better.
On a 16, you can feel some kind of like arcanic vibe from this, but before you can really tell exactly what it is, it does feel like it's tethered to something inside you, but you immediately begin getting this ill vibe from it.
I'm gonna go grab it or pick it up.
As you go to pick it up, the merchant who's behind the table, he doesn't move, but you can watch. You like notice as his eye kind of just like follows your hand picking it up, and
Mm-hmm.
you can't see any facial expression, but you hear almost like a little under his breath um, as you do peer into it. As you peer into it, something inside yourself freezes for a moment. And it's almost like what you're looking at has stopped your physical body, but your conscience is now absolutely racing. To Val and Nocturix, you're looking at Aaron, and he is there, but his eyes have gone vacant. You can't quite tell. It's almost like there's a blockage, Val, for your mental telepathy toward him.
Val would probably instantly be on edge. Like, almost weapons drawn here in this setting.
Although no one can see you reaching for your weapons, there is a tenseness that you gain doing so outwardly from the presence of, like, almost like you're being heavily watched. Nocturix, you would probably be the one that picks up on that.
Is there any way I could tell where the hostility is coming from?
You can roll a perception.
This one. 13.
On a 13, no, you can't discern where it is. I'm not gonna lie to you though, that's an extremely high DC.
We're really representing here, boys.
I was like,
That's
it's not a bad roll for Nocturix, but it's definitely not close to enough.
Can I ask the shopkeep what the hell the stone is?
He's just gonna look at you with his one eye and just it sees all.
This fucking
It's exactly what you'd expect from a dumb place like this. Um, no, Aaron, as your mind begins racing through all of these moments in time, some of them are memories that are absolutely real, things that you have relived basically through these memories as they flash past you in just still images. And everything is racing, but there are quite a few of these memories essentially that are mixed. They're hazy, they're combined. There's parts of it that are completely unrelated to what you have done in your past and what you have known about yourself and what you've experienced, to the point where things you're seeing, faces you're seeing, they're unrecognizable, at least to your history. From everything that you've seen, everything that you've done, some of these things are becoming things you're no longer being able to see them as or realize them as true or false. There are pictures and images of people, faces that you have never seen, that you can't remember or have never seen before. There are places that you have never stepped foot in that are flashing before you. But it's so hard to even focus on them because they flash for an instant before you and they immediately switched to the next image of places that you have been to, things that you have done. Fires of red, as well as embers raining down, people in the streets crying out in pain or for other reasons. but then immediately switch to fields of green, things, trees being able to extend their arms down and talk to you. Things that not quite, it's like it's so close to what you have done, but it's just not there. There's even encounters with men in robes as they approach you. There's so many things happening all at once. And all as this is happening, it just snaps. And you're looking down at this crystal again. And Pal's kind of just. He's not sure if he's looking up at you anymore or if you're something else, but in real time, Val and Nocturix, Aaron has been out for probably about 30 seconds. Long enough for you to be concerned, but not long enough for it to feel like he's stuck.
Val's hand would probably go into his shoulder and be like, in his head, just explain.
Real quick before I start explaining, God, for this scenario, so my character can only talk telepathically to one person that I can see. Can I just like, at least for my brothers, can I just talk to them like within range? And then
So,
whenever we do combat or something, it can go back to the regular
for the
rule it is.
specifics of what Wolf has for his character, which is the bonded twin,
Mm-hmm.
his bond is solely with you. So you guys technically, yes, you can speak to him
We can talk
without
without
looking.
sight up to 120 feet away.
Yes.
Right, but I'm saying like, cause to talk to Joey as well, I want to talk to him simultaneously at once, if that makes sense.
I mean, technically, you can speak into anyone's mind with telepathy. It's just whether or not they can speak back if they or don't they have telepathy. So, I mean, if you are looking at Nocturix, technically, yes, you can speak into both of their minds at the same time. It's just only with Val that you can speak without having to look at him necessarily. Up to
Okay,
120
cool,
feet.
perfect. Then in that case, I'm gonna turn to Nocturix and then speaking telepathically to both of them. I'm gonna say that the crystal gave me a weird feeling, and when I picked it up, I saw a bunch of images and flashbacks from parts of the stuff that that I've been through, and parts of it that was mixed, and visuals that didn't quite seem to fit what I've lived. And I got weird feelings from it.
Are you still holding the crystal?
Yes.
As you turn to address your brothers here, the merchant from behind you, he doesn't move or signal or anything. He just kind of in his nasty little raspy voice just that will be 30 credits. It feels slightly threatening, but also like given the nature of everything you've encountered so far as amongst just people watching essentially, it feels rather normal for the setting.
Gotcha, gotcha. So then, yeah, I relay that message, and then I guess I'll look back at the merchant without saying anything, and then just slide the credits over.
You slide the 30 credits over, and once again, you cannot see the facial expressions of this merchant, but there is another slight as he grabs the credits up off the table. and slowly backs up into the shadows of his booth.
Then I guess we shall be on our way, I guess.
So did we pay for this stone? Is this stone now ours?
Yeah, I paid for it.
No discount, Chris? Come on, man.
Didn't even try to haggle. No, I was kidding.
The
Nah.
product harmed you and you didn't try to haggle it
Yeah.
down?
I just feel
Sometimes
like
I
this
stay
is a
out of
conversation.
character because in character I don't have the charisma to realize we just got swindled.
Yeah.
But double
Well.
checking your guys' charisma, you guys are both just like, okay.
That sounds good.
Listen, the only way I'd pick that out is with an
Hello,
insight.
pretty rock.
Pretty rough.
Just knock through it. So, what are you gonna name it? As you guys begin walking further into the to the starving sector, more and more stalls of food and aromas start embracing your nose here, Aaron. But you have pretty much one goal in mind here, and that is to get yourself a hearty drink. The other two of you, I don't know what the hell y'all are doing, to be honest with you. What are you doing? You just following along, or
Val
brother.
just follows and keeps a lookout because he didn't like the presences earlier that we're watching.
Yeah. Always on guard.
if you guys are always on guard, will you both please roll me a perception check as Aaron approaches what looks to be it's a bar close to the poison chalice. You can see the sign on the corner, but you choose not to enter it out of sake of
Brothers, we are
let's keep the
representing-
mystery rolling for you guys.
I get another 13 for my. Okay.
Brothers, we need to roll a little bit higher than 11 and 10s.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Got rolls dice in the background.
Oh well, still better than Foundry dice. God, I just realized we're gonna have to do all our character introductions back to back.
Yeah, I just realized that too.
Well,
If you guys would
since
like to
anyway.
do them, you may start now. Whoever wants to go first.
I can go
think-
first.
Yeah. Make Joey go next. His is funny to me.
Wait, what's. How do I.
Just describe your character in a minute when
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll start then. Aaron is somewhat tall, standing at 6 feet. He's got dark red and black noble clothing, draped with gold accents, and a black cloak hanging over his left shoulder. Elf-like ears that have olive branch um, earrings on both sides, made from palladium. Dark purple eyes that shimmer like glitter in water. A gold heart-shaped necklace, and rings on each finger that connect to the bracelets on his wrists on both hands.
My turn?
Here,
Okay. Let's see. Narctrix is at a very hefty 7 foot, with greenish blue eyes. Not really eyes, I guess you'd call them, more glassy fucking looking spheres. He wears loose monk robes as to not seem naked. He learned a while ago that not looking like a robot is probably better than not wearing no clothes and nothing. His he's very weathered. He's seen a lot of things. Um, what else? What else to throw in there? He doesn't wear jewelry. He doesn't like jewelry. Rubs him the
Chicks
wrong
ask for
way.
free.
Chicks ask for free. Um, yeah, that's it.
An interesting Warforged.
It's plain guy. What do you want from him?
For visual representation, looks very similar to Gundam.
Oh yeah, he does look oddly familiar for some reason.
I mean, some unnamed series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Val. The most striking thing about Val would probably be, looks like he's got a skull kind of for a head, a skull with two horns. That is rather cracked, dry, looks a little brittle. Um, what he's wearing probably doesn't stand out a whole lot for the area. Darker colored cloaks, maybe some leathers peeking out here and there. Can't quite tell if he's got weapons or not, other than earlier when it seemed like he might have been reaching for something. And his eye holes in the skull mask he wears are completely empty. They're just, it's darkness inside. That's now he's also, I guess, 5'10" ish, but that's including the horns, so he's probably closer to 5'6".
Fantastic. Oh, you reaching for the handle there, Aaron, to open the door to this very sunk in tavern. About as generic as it can get as far as these stalls seem to go. Some of them look a little spooky, some of them look suggestive. This one seems rather tame enough to acquire the drink of your choice. As you go for the door, you feel something nudge against your kind of like your hip, and immediately your first thought is of course to grab your pouch that contains the credits glowing inside. What do you do?
Don't repeat the last part. You cut out for me at the end.
Uh,
Oh no, I can't hear anybody. Hold on.
yeah. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh no, God died.
I can't hear
Uh-oh.
anybody. I can see you guys' things moving.
You
Oh
can't
no,
hear any of us?
What did I do
come
wrong?
back. Leave and come back.
Like I see the green outline of your thing moving, but I can't hear you.
You can't hear anyone?
What if
Assuming no.
I will disconnect and be right back. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I'll disconnect and be right back.
Hello? Oh no.
Can you hear us now?
How about now?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I don't know why it tweaked out, bro.
So, yes, as you felt a small, brief nudge on your hip, your instinct was to grab, well, I mean, from the outside, the pouch of which your credits contain. What do you do?
This is for me, right?
Yes.
Um, I guess I'll just look over to see what nudged me. Like clutch my pearls.
Good heavens.
You turn and you see, I mean, it's flooded with people here in this area, obviously, but one smaller, um, how can I really explain it? Kind of androgynous looking, almost like a bug like folk, kind of keeps glancing over their shoulder as they continue walking.
Uh, do I immediately notice something missing off my person?
I mean, you can check your credits and check your belongings. Everything seems to be there.
I guess I'm just gonna let both my brothers know that I felt a nudge, and then that, I guess I'm just gonna point him out that that shady person over there keeps looking over their shoulder, specifically in our direction.
The younger bug folk who, once they see you pointing, they turn and start running.
And he already pointed him out, and I know already.
Yes.
Oh, I'm chasing that motherfucker.
As
Okay.
soon as I see Nocturix start running, I'm just gonna look up, sigh, and be like, "Come on, Val."
Here we go.
As you guys both enter into the bar, Aaron, completely just unfazed by everything that's going on right now, takes a seat and go ahead and order yourself something, whatever you think looks good.
Do you have a like a menu, or can I just make some shit up?
Either or. I mean, the good news is like everything on the menu looks to be about as kind of rather mundane for what a tavern may have. Um, However, there is some kind of like mixed drinks essentially that you see this tall warforged looking man in an apron kind of just looking over the counter at you, and he's like, he does not look like somebody who might be a mixologist of any kind.
Got it. I'll just ask the Warforged to pour me double of whatever strong alcohol they have.
He kind of
The
just,
strongest.
with both hands on the edge of the counter closest to you, he's just kind of leaning over imposingly and just and then turns back and grabs a large mug here and begins filling it with whatever's on tap. As he places it on the counter, we'll split over to Nocturix in pursuit here. Nocturix, please roll me an we'll go ahead and say something in the realm of like acrobatics as you're weaving in and out of all of these individuals.
That'd be the athletics one.
Acrobatics at the top there.
Oh, at the top. 18.
Very nicely done. So this smaller young alien of some sort, you see him, he keeps looking over his shoulder, and as he's seeing you now in hot pursuit, he trips and stumbles ever so slightly over a larger oncoming individual, and hits the ground pretty hard. Not hard enough for him to be injured of any kind visibly, but you can tell he's trying aggressively to pick himself up in time. But you are able to maneuver around just this herd of people in time to catch him before he can get up. There seems to
How far
be
away would you
like
say we are?
fleeting look in his large orbs.
Interesting. How far away are we from the bar?
Maybe like a block away.
Can I drag him back to the bar, like by the leg or something?
Yeah, you can. He's not very big, so especially not in comparison to you.
Perfect. Would I roll for that?
You don't have to roll. He's definitely something you can carry.
Okay, perfect.
He is kind of like aggressively trying to fight you, but because of this young-natured individual, he's not getting very far. So he's like beating on the ground and trying to like rip at your wrist, but nothing is obviously prying loose. It weighs next to nothing with you carrying him, or rather dragging him. And the Warforged at the bar places the mug down in front of you as he kind of slowly walks down the line of the bar there to another patron and just leaves you there with this giant mug.
I'm just gonna look at the mug. Look at the Warforged. Look at the mug again and just say thank you.
The Warforged just stops what he's doing, turns slightly, and looks right at you, and pauses for a second, and then proceeds to go back to what he was doing. It's not a big conversationalist kind of guy. Before you get a chance to take a sip from your mug, the door slams open as Nocturix walks through with what looks to be some kind of a child hanging from his wrist.
One child in one hand, thumbs up in the other. Got him.
Aaron's gonna mutter under his breath. What will I do? What am I gonna
You
do
definitely
about
hear
him?
Val's voice in your head going, "He's your brother. Do something."
I'm gonna take a sip and then after look at Nocturix and tell him, was it really necessary to drag the kid like that?
I'm just gonna shrug it off and toss him at your feet.
Poor kid.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm gonna look at the kid and then ask why he was looking at us and acting suspicious.
Just as you say that, this kid, as he's being thrown at your feet, slowly like tries to scuttle backwards, but he just ends up at the feet of Nocturix. And he like looks up ever so slightly and just curls up real tight into like knees to chest. Like, don't hurt me kind of a look.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna look at the kid and be like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna hurt you. I just want."
Please. And you realize as he's pleading, he begins to try to start pleading that it's in a language that you can't quite understand. But there seems to be other amounts of voices racing that Val you can pick up on from his own mind, his own conscience.
Okay.
So the spoken language I can't really understand.
Yeah, you can't really understand it.
Okay. Okay. In
I'm
that
gonna be
case, I'll
later.
switch tactics and I'll start mind linking and talking to the kid that way, so I could understand
Cool.
him.
Let's freak the kid out more. Yes.
As you mind link with this child and ask him, what were you asking? Just like, what were you doing?
Yeah, pretty much just information on why he was being shady.
The kid's eyes just begin glowing this violet as like the pupils are swirling around, and you kind of like you notice that there's something odd about the way the pupils are swirling because you start to see like they almost look like lost souls, but they're not in the form of any like individual. They're almost like in text, different symbols, different letters, um, and the kid is continuously curling up even closer to his body as you kind of lean in and you hear, "Please, they make us collect mines. It's I can't stop."
I'm gonna look at Val and then look at the kid and ask, who is they?
I can't say. They'll they'll I can't say.
And why can't you say?
because because they'll kill me and everyone else.
Today's forecast. Pirate activity seems higher than usual. Please fly safe as you
I'm
collect
gonna
information.
unlink with him for a second so I can talk to the other two and tell him what's going on. Basically, just repeat back what he said about taking the mines and that he's being forced to do this and that they'll kill him.
Yeah. Can I make another perception check? See if anybody's watching what's going on.
Sure.
Okay. Well, if anybody's paying particular interest, because I imagine we've gathered a little bit of attention with this.
Just a war forge, just bringing a kid into one part.
Yeah. Damn it. Oh, 14's 18 total, but 14 on the die is better than normal.
18's not bad. On an 18, it's definite that most of the people in this tavern are looking. The Warforged at the counter is absolutely not. He's just focused on cleaning the same glass he was cleaning when Aaron had walked in originally. Um, and the eyes that are directly in this tavern looking at you guys are half of them are seemed like they're intrigued to see where this is going to go, what you guys are going to do with him. The other half of you, or of them rather, are kind of trying hard to make it look subtle that they're not really listening in, but they are. Outside the tavern, it's hard to really say. There are a couple like passerbyers, I'm sure, that are looking through the window, like, what the hell is going on in there? But otherwise, it's nothing out of what would seem normal.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna ask the both of them. Well, I'm gonna tell them that I'm curious to see what he means by mind. So I'm gonna ask them if they want to like, I guess, quote unquote, help the kid so he doesn't die, and see where this goes.
You're gonna
Like
ask
see
him
what's
what he
going on.
means by collecting mines.
No, I'm gonna ask my brothers.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
ask them if they want to like save the kid or just get information, like what they want to do.
Uh, Val would probably just reply with them. If we can help the kid, we probably should.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
All right, that's two. I'm gonna link back with the kid, and I don't want to say promise him because I'm gonna tell the kid that if he gives me information on what the purpose of stealing the mine was, that we could save him and any others that are just like him potentially.
As you mind
So we
link
can
and
go.
tell him, he's immediately gonna respond with, "You're never going to make it." And it feels like he's gonna say what, like a specific place or somewhere, but it like cuts off for you.
So the mind link is cut off.
No, just his sentence like is cut off.
Oh, okay. Can I perception check or anything to see if he's being controlled by anything, or if there's like another person talking through him or something?
You can do like a little insight check, yeah.
Oh, never mind. We don't see shit.
No, I mean, as far as it is for you, he is 100% speaking of will.
Fucking Nat one.
Shut up. Shut up.
Hey,
Shut up.
Can I can I
No,
make
shut
one
up.
too since I technically understand the kid as well?
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay. It's not gonna be much better, but hopefully oh, never mind. I lied. Duality.
Wow. Duality of
Brother, we
man,
did it.
for sure.
We did it.
With your guys' powers combined. Yeah, no, he really is just speaking out of pure free will. What it is he was trying to say, Val, was um, it was very clearly written out and spelled out, said as home, and you heard it. But unless you ask, there's no way to know that that's not what Aaron heard.
Uh Aaron, are you visibly confused by the cutoff? We
Sort of,
heard two
yes.
different things here.
You can't like it's not that noticeable, but like I'm trying to piece it together to see what he said.
It's okay. I'm in your head constantly. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That's not ominous at all. Brother. um so yeah, I'd be like, uh what home? That's what you said, right? Home? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's what he said, home.
Okay. And then kind of just look towards Aaron and be like, what? His home? Their home? Someone's home? I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
look
I'm
back
missing
at
something.
you. I'm gonna look back at you and be like, home. I didn't hear that.
Aaron, as he says home to you, you try to piece back together where home is, and you can't quite figure it out. You cannot remember the origin of what home is to you.
Hmm. Bro stole my mind. Give me that shit back. So then I guess I'm just gonna ask the kid for my mind back, even though he's probably gonna say no.
He brings up something from behind his knees that he's clutching, and it's kind of just like shaking his head violently no. They're watching, is what he says.
I'm gonna tell him that we can try to help him, but he would have to help us in order for us to help him. And I can't do that without getting my mind back.
So you guys are trying to have this conversation with this kid. One of the patrons in the back of the bar kind of leans over and like nudges to a few of the musicians that are playing real elevator-esque music in here, and kind of just like it's like kind of telling them, signaling to like bring up the noise. And as the music continues to grow louder, it becomes harder for you guys to communicate in a way that is blindingly deciphering what he's trying to say, if he's trying to speak to you. Although Val, it is still evidently clear what's happening. Why do I feel like Noctrix is about to start yelling?
Dude, you might.
Dude, y'all can't hear that shit? Val, as this kid is still trying to speak through Mind Link to Aaron, you're struggling to hear it over the music, but Val, you catch it clearly as nothing has changed in your world. You do hear him say, I will tell you who it is. Only if you guys will let me go. But you guys, he like kind of looks up and you notice he's looking directly up at Noctrix, of course.
He left an impression in
As
the
one
ground. No. In his mind. But no,
Can't have anybody think the three boys a bitch made.
The boys.
Targeting a child. A child. But no, a Val.
Prison rules, bitch. Step up to. No, I'm just kidding.
I will relay the what the kid's saying to Aaron, since there's clearly some kind of disconnect there. So, does he tell us if we let him go? Well, mostly gestures over the tin can.
The tin can is crazy.
Listen, all I'm saying is sometimes it feels he's a little hollow, mainly in the top part. No, that's a lie. With your improved stats, you're actually fairly intelligent.
Ain't too bad.
I guess. I guess I'll signal to Noctrix to just let him go.
Aaron, as you're trying to convey what your thoughts are
There's a
here,
fucking rogue in this group. This little group of three.
right? As you're trying to like tell Noctrix to let him go, Noctrix, you're just unable to hear him through this cacophony of sounds coming from the room here now.
I have to do an RNI. Can I just yell or like intimidate everybody? Like, shut the fuck up.
You could. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Rolling that intimidation check then.
Oh shit.
Everyone, the music does not stop playing. It like dims for like a second and then immediately picks up again in decibel. Some of the patrons even kind of laugh a little bit, particularly the one back there who asked them to make it louder in here. Val, it is still silent in your little cave of thoughts.
I guess I'll finally wait. I don't know if I have. Do I have telepathy for anybody else? I know I always have it for Aaron, but do I? Can I connect to Nocturix for a moment?
I believe you have it for.
I believe I technically have it to talk to others, but it works on a like I have to see them and they can't talk back to me
Yeah, I mean
basis.
you can talk to Nocturix in his head.
Yeah,
He just yeah, like you
and
said though,
Nocturix
he
is like,
can't speak back to you in through mind.
"Hey, we're letting the kid go because he's gonna tell us something."
I give the little okay symbol because I can't say nothing.
You can speak out loud. You just can't say it back telepathically.
Well, yeah, I can't say it back. I mean, how you won't be able to hear me?
Not over this shit.
I know. I just give the little okay.
As you as you
Looks
release
back
the
to Aaron, gives
shoulders
the
of
little
this
okay symbol
kid,
as well.
Aaron, you're like clutching your ears at this point at what is going on in here. Like it's just a lot happening. And Nocturix, you reach down and you release the kid from the shoulders, and the kid looks as he stumbles forward a little bit. He gets just close enough to Aaron that Aaron, you feel something is very wrong, and the kid says, "Glass Cabal," and he tries to stand up real fast, kind of awkwardly hugs the leg of Nocturix, and then runs out of the door immediately into the crowd swirling about outside. Nocturix, you feel nothing from that hug.
Well, there goes a little shit with my mind. Would you say the name was Glass Cabal?
Last Cabal. It's one of the factions, I'm pretty sure.
Write that down. Write that down. No.
Write that down. Take out my time.
Ah, yes, G. I thought you said Crass.
Nope. The Glass Cabal.
Crass Cabal.
All right, which one of you has the highest passive perception? I believe that's you, Val.
Is it me?
Maybe with you being the shortest of the group. I don't know. Still a modest size, and yet, it really is like campaign 4 and critical role, huh? A short 6'2". Um,
Tall 6'2". An average 6'2". A
an
short
average
6'2".
6'2". You do notice that there is like a little shimmering, translucent something lying on the floor at Nocturix's feet.
Ooh. I'll go ahead and try to slide a hand, pick that up without making it too obvious what I'm doing.
Okay.
Wish me luck, brother.
Good luck.
Good luck.
It wasn't enough luck. Wish me luck harder.
Sorry. I'm
It was a
wishing
14.
harder.
I mean, your brothers didn't notice it. Commoners probably didn't notice it, so it wasn't terrible. So at least there's that, right?
Yep.
We don't know what that Warforged would or wouldn't do had he seen it or not. We don't know. So he might have saw it, but is he doing anything about it? Absolutely not. He enjoys being behind the bar.
Okay, gonna try to discreetly pass it to Aaron. Whatever little thingy trinket I picked up.
It appears to be some kind of like a strange glass coin that kind of hums faintly. but there's not really any inscribed sigil or anything on it that may indicate where or what it is or what it does. Are we pocketing it? Are we continuing to drink this, or attempting to rather?
I don't know. Aaron, what's the plan here?
Um, I guess we'll just pocket it.
All right.
We'll take a look at it
Take a look at it
later.
somewhere with less noise.
Yes.
Are you guys leaving the bar
Less
then?
eyes.
After I check my drink, yeah, I'm not just gonna leave that shit there.
Dude, I was gonna say if you don't finish that, I will.
It won't go
Once
anywhere,
you
but
finish it,
he'll keep it.
Val would scoop up the drink and just walk out with it because he can't drink it.
Okay. Well, while you're finishing that rather large mug of something, some kind of slurry, we will shift over to Dahlia.
Exciting.
One moment. The light from the kitchen is bothering me. I'm sorry. Dahlia, as you're carrying about through this maze of individuals kind of seamlessly in your way, never the mind of how many individuals crowd these streets around every corner. Go ahead and give us a description of your character.
Yeah, so Dahlia is small, very small, a little under 5 feet tall. She wears an oversized, like, space admiral's jacket, goes down to her mid calves, a tight little black dress crisscrossed with a number of different straps, and a very large belt with an aquamarine gem centered in it. She is a cat alien of some kind. Um, the type of people that she aren't necessarily on a lot of other planets than the one that they're on. But she's dark blue, has triangular ears over the top of her head, and a pair of tufted tails that both sort of twirl and flick and sway idly as she moves on her merry way, wearing no armor or weapons.
Gracefully making your way down here, down these, past a lot of these different kinds of booths and stalls here. Many faces, of course, some of them appearing out at you, not necessarily for the sake of anything egregious, but in hopeful prospects, some of them in ways of like thinking they know you. Um, Very mysterious looks that they're giving you, but none of them seeming to really bother you, of course, until you reach a certain booth where someone does step out very quickly to grab your elbow, and they pull you aside for a moment, not very aggressively necessarily, but enough to certainly grab your attention. You look him over for like a second, and you kind of very vaguely remember him being somebody from a meeting of which you had the night before, kind of on your I wouldn't say like your first night here, but on one of your first nights here, um, it seems like they were someone that you may have tried to gain information from, and but they seem to remember you a little bit better than you can remember them necessarily. And as they swayingly and almost seems intoxicatingly kind of hold on to you very loosely, they kind of look at you like, so what about those favors that you offered?
I'm not really in the business of favors. Do we have a transaction of sorts that's eluded me?
Oh, please don't play like that. I'm pretty sure you remember. And he slowly begins to like slide to the left a little bit, off kilter, and his words are slowly starting to slur. There was something that we was talking about. I think you remember pretty well.
You're allowed to think anything you like, friend, but whatever impressions you're under, they differ from mine.
Oh no, my boss said that you could get us a ship. Leave those fun little stories. Come on.
I could get you a ship. Who's your boss?
Well, you know, you remember, surely. Yeah.
Do I have any idea what
Not
your
even in the slightest.
I really don't, friend. You'll have to elucidate me.
Well, I think my boss would really like to talk to you. And as he's kind of saying that, you feel his grip on your elbow a little bit tighter, but he doesn't try to move you anywhere necessarily. As it almost looks like the way it looks to you is that he's just kind of glued in one spot. Because you can see his like body trying to flail a bit, but he's not going anywhere.
Right. Well, do you have maybe some contact information for your boss, whoever that may be? Seems like you're pretty well set up at this moment.
He like spins around trying to like chase his own coat pocket. And he doesn't even realize he's let you go at this point, and he reaches into his pocket, and before he's like, you see him like digging around for a good couple seconds, and he kind of like, it almost looks like he's not gonna pull anything out of there. Like, surely this man's lost it, or who even knows what it is. He's lost, maybe. And he kind of pulls something out. It looks like a glowing credit chip almost in his hand, but it's not the usual blue that the credits tend to be in. It's almost like a emerald green kind of a glow. And he he's like, "Well, I don't think this was it. Maybe something else. I don't really remember." And before he even puts it back into his pocket, he falls backwards onto the table of wares, and seemingly unconscious.
Uh, what else does he have in his pockets?
You can go ahead and roll me an investigation check to find out.
Absolutely. Familiarity has its costs, friend. For each finger of yours that you put on my shoulder, I'm going to take one thing from your worldly possessions. Okay. Investigation, you said?
Yep.
That's a
I've
16, O Dungeon Master.
Fantastic. Reaching amongst a few of his pockets here before really anyone even notices. Not that anyone's really gonna say anything if they do. You catch a few well, casual credits of the normal sense. There's probably about 35 credits or so in his pockets, just kind of loose and strewn about. That glowing green credit chip that he had in his hand is on the ground now. Um, and there seems to be a few other like data chips stored in his back pocket that they're not labeled, and they look a little outdated, to be fair. Not that like anyone can't access them necessarily, but outdated in a sense that most systems aboard most ships are not going to be able to read it initially. um and there is one last thing in there, and it's a piece of parchment, and it has a symbol on it that you don't quite know what is.
Okay. Even if I can't recognize it, I'll just keep it and figure it out later.
Sounds good.
Or is there any way that I can scrutinize it? Is there any hint as to its context?
Not directly. You can roll a we'll say like a history check to see if you would come across something like this necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's not clicking, it's not clicking. But I'll give history a spin. That's gonna be a modified 20.
Um, it looks familiar in the sense that it probably belongs to some kind of organization. Have you come in contact or have ever had any contact with them? Not necessarily, no. But it is enough for you to at least itemize that this does belong to some kind of organization that has to be big enough that you've heard of it, not quite big enough that everyone would just know what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that item. I'll take the strange credit chit as well as all of the normal ones, just whatever valuables he has.
Absolutely. There are words are hard. There are two of those data chips as well.
Okay, 2 data chips. You said 35 credits?
Yep, of the standard blue
And then
credits. The one funky green credit chip and the parchment with the symbol.
funky parchment. Sure, that should do it. Um, what what was I in the middle of before this fellow decided to interrupt me? Because I guess I'll just get back to whatever that is.
Originally you kind of felt like you were running late for the meeting at the Chalice, but the other part of you who is attuned to time, it's clearly you're not late. You're just thinking more in terms of like, if I'm not on time, or if I'm not early, I'm not on time. So probably carrying on back to the Chalice as originally planned.
Yeah, I'll make my way.
Carrying on through the crowds, there's a few like poster boards and I don't want to call them quest boards necessarily, but it more like objective boards for certain individuals. Quests in the way of "Can you get me this?" kind of a thing. Um, there's tons of people milling about trying to get some of them trying to even get your attention to try to look and see if you would scrounge up these items for them. One of which is like elderly individual trying to get your attention to scour the galaxy for their long lost beloved cat.
Sorry, how long ago did you lose your cat, sir?
Um, uh, he kind of scratches his head with a finger and just can't remember. It was either yesterday or 47 years ago. That doesn't seem right. It just stares
And
off into the distance.
and is this a normal sort of cat that don't make it 40 some odd years?
Oh, but she's quite special. She's lived for longer than rest in pieces. But some of my children, surely you can say she's special, all right.
Um, okay, and how is it that you've managed to misplace such a remarkable creature?
Well, that's a very interesting story. You see, and as he starts trying to like drag your arm over to like a bench, and he wants to try to just absolutely tell you the entire life story of this 47-year-old cat.
No, sorry, not. No. Um, I'm. Let's just. What is the. Is this. Are you. Is this anything? Are you. What. What's the reward?
He's offering you like 1,000 credits. But looking at this gentleman, it's hard to really tell if he even has 1,000 credits.
Right. I. How about I just keep my eyes peeled? Right. No need to go cutting me off anywhere. I'll.
Are you
I'll get
sure?
back to you if I.
She means so much to me. She's all I have left.
Then you're doing the right thing by looking for her. And
Well,
I will be going now, so
you sure?
goodbye.
And she tries to like reach out for your arm again.
What? What? No. Why? What? I just said I was leaving.
But please, my dear Petunia, she's gone.
And if you want me to find her, then I'd better get going.
Please, may I at least ask what your name is? Should like to make sure that this reward goes to the right person.
It There's no reward yet. No job has been completed. You can hand the credits to whoever gives you your cat. You do not need to know anything else about me, as I've just taken the job.
Ah, yes, but no one's ever tried to take my job before, so surely you will be the only one that makes it back with my dear Petunia.
Look, if you want company, that's a very different transaction than looking for a lost cat. So if you want me to sit here and talk to you for a while, that's one thing. If you want me to find your cat, then you're going to have to just sit on your own for a little while.
Oh, very well. Everyone seems to just leave at some point. I understand. I don't want to keep you any
It's the
longer.
nature of things to end, and You. Sorry. You're. You're petitioning people to help you with a task and then complaining when they leave to go do it. What's wrong with you?
Kind of just like haphazardly sighs, but like there's not enough wind in his lungs to really make a full sigh. And he just kind of, I understand. And he just kind of, while holding your hand, just pats the top of it with his other and kind of looks off into like behind him, very dejected.
I just leave. He gazes wistfully off, and he can just catch me turning on my heel and walking away out the corner of his eye.
I love that for you. Oh, but will we find Petunia sometime? Who knows? Will this old man ever rejoice again in his only apparent course of family? Who knows? As you all are approaching now, or within, some of you already being within the starving sector, plenty, for those of you who can smell, smells and aromas are implanting you, and you find yourselves absolutely entranced or repulsed. Some of the smells are absolutely otherworldly, as some people may say. Ariana, in your search for tools and weapons and or anything else you can find to aid yourself here in your mission, there seems to be a few peddlers that are willing to offer you a dagger or something small, some of them being like modified clubs, very barbaric and very well, not exactly what you're kind of hoping for. It isn't until you reach a stall where in the very, very back, hanging across the curtain, is a crossbow of sorts. There does seem to be some kind of like protective cloaks and shields. Hard to really say what they really do. If they do perform the way that they do, you would have to run a wisdom check as best you can on that. For your particular state, it's gonna be pretty high DC. But you can roll it if you would choose. But there is also a 50-50 chance Cloud has perished.
Cloud, come back.
Cloud may have. I'm not really surprised the session has run a little bit longer, but that is also because we didn't start until a little bit later than I anticipated. Cloud work hard job. Cloud sleep very early. Cloud does not sleep regularly. But that is okay. We will continue. Ramiel, as you're coming upon one of your, you're finishing up with another customer here of sorts, and you're counting the credits in your pocket, and you realize you're still about 120 credits short of paying off your debt. And as you check your holographic pocket watch, you realize you're running late to this so-called meeting that he has basically told you have to be at.
Fuck.
Running down the yeah, I mean, is there anything specifically you think you have to
Yeah,
do
no.
or prepare?
Yeah, no, he definitely like he did not realize the time and would definitely snatch up obviously his tarot cards. Lucifer at some point he shoved probably into his pocket. Um just like full noodled it in there. He tries to put away whatever he quote unquote considers valuable in like a lockbox, and shoves it way in the back behind like a bunch of silks, and then like closes everything up before he's like running to this stupid meeting.
Valid.
But walks in casually, like he wasn't running or out of breath.
Running or out of breath. Enough. So the boys, you guys are probably finishing up here at the bar. As Ramiel is running, but not running. Booker's casually walking, nondescript, strolling at this point through the starving sector, where for Booker, I would say everything here probably smells good. Even the bad stuff at this point probably smells good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
The absolutely foul stench is just absolutely making your stomach rumble. And Thalia, moving swiftly with ease through these maze of people, unfazed by smells of any nature, on a mission. Before you all reach the poison chalice, we will begin inside. Sitting in the back is a wee friend at a table. I kind of like to imagine, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a little kicking of the feet at the booth in the very, very back. Um, there's a drink on the table, but it's untouched. Eliora, would you like to describe your character?
Yeah. So Eliora is a halfling. Um, so she's very short. She is 2 foot 5 3/4 of an inch. Okay, can't forget the 3/4. She's
The three
very short
quarters
for
is
that.
important.
Yes. um, she has red curly hair and it's like tied into like a low bun, and she's got bangs with like a braid that crosses over the top of her hair. Um, she's very pale, but she does have like a lot of really light freckles all over her. She has greenish, like blue eyes. Um, she is wearing a cream striped long sleeve like blouse with a dark maroon patchwork waistcoat kind of thing with forest green plaid pants that are tucked into some leather boots. Um, she has a belt that just has like a lot of bags hanging from it that are full of like medicinal remedies and herbs. But she also has like a crossbody bag that would have all her credits and trinkets and stuff in it. She also has a pair of circular glasses, a compass hanging from her belt, and a sheath for like that she would put her staff in. And then she also has a green cloak that she wears sometimes. And yeah, that's my girl.
Cute.
Thank you.
Jitar Trade Hub is not responsible for monetary loss due to local chat scams.
Did God die?
Possibly.
It's possible.
We lost him.
My description
Oh.
really bored him.
No, everything's fine.
I fried his brain. He's gone.
I'm dead inside now. Not now. Just more so. So sitting in the back, you kind of get the vibe that everyone in this bar, it's kind of dark and dimly lit. That a lot of these people, they seem to be looking at you in a couple of different ways. So some of them notice right away that you are very clearly not from here. Some of them feel like you're kind of getting the vibe like they think you don't belong, like that's how you're feeling now. And, but you're also getting mixed vibe because there someone clearly bought you this drink. So you're not fully sure if this is a welcoming thing or if everyone here just kind of looks like this. But you do notice there's a couple of like bigger brutes sitting at a table across from you. And they're kind of like looking at you, but like doing the little whispers back and forth, like making comments, and they're starting. You're a little uneasy about it. It's hard to tell exactly the vibe you're getting, but it doesn't feel like a good one.
Today's forecast. Pirate activity seems higher than usual. Please fly safe as you exit the station.
It's very blatant that they're looking at you.
Mm-hmm. Even though I'm like uneasy, could I possibly like ask them if like they have a problem with me or something?
Of course, you can do or say whatever you want. That's the best part about this game.
Okay. Well then I ask them if they have a problem with me.
How do you say it? Is it kind of just outward, or is it kind of small and innocent?
Probably be like, I couldn't help but notice you staring at me. Do you have a problem with me? Or...
One of them kind of like shuffles in his seat a little bit and kind of plays with his giant like, mustache, and he's kind of just like, no, but just, can you just settle something for us real quick? And his buddy next to him is just like starting to like, he's trying to contain his laughter, but it's evident that this man is about to start howling with laughter. Are you or are you not here? Excuse me. For Zara's stupid quest? Surely not. Surely.
What if I told you I was?
At this point, his buddy just absolutely outbursts in laughter. How outrageous they think this sounds. The guy with the mustache continues to look at you with a fat, very drunken grin and just looks and says, You can't be serious. You'll be eaten alive out there. They'll be picking their teeth with you. What on earth would make you want to go out on a trip like that? Don't you know anything about the Nebula X?
I know as much about it as I need to know, and I have survived a lot worse than what this is going to be. So, probably wouldn't judge a book by its cover. Not that you've read many books.
The guy laughing just kind of goes, "You hear that? We probably haven't read any books." And the guy with the mustache kind of like punches him, like, "No, you idiot. Of course we haven't read any books." And it's like, when he looks back, it is just kind of like, "Listen, I'm sure you're just young and naive about all the things this galaxy has to offer, but let me just go ahead and kind of just assume for a second you're probably new here, right?"
What gave you that idea?
Well, I mean, just look at you. Not like that. I don't mean to be weird about it. I'm just saying, listen, relax. There it's just talk. It's not real. Everyone knows that. You're never gonna find it, and whatever Zara's got everyone all hooked up on, it's not it's a fallacy. I mean, just just think about it, okay? If you really do know anything about it, then no one's ever come back from that. I mean, surely someone at least would have told you that.
They have. And I don't care. It's worth it.
And just as you say that, someone in the back is kind of like very calculative. There's two of them. They kind of like enter in through a back door, uh, like almost like a back room, and holding a tablet in one arm, she kind of just looks down at you like, "Worth it? Hmm, that seems rather a good way to look at it." The person beside her is kind of tall and imposing and seems to be um, rather fixated on the group of gentlemen who were berating you previously, while this creature stands tall next to you, very slender, in a jumpsuit. Um, she kind of presses a few things into her tablet and then tucks it under her arm. She says, "You are here for Zara's recruitment. Is that correct?"
It is.
"Fantastic. Have you brought any companions?"
Is that like a person with me?
Yeah, just I mean, like, are you bringing any like comrades along for the ride, or are you just here solo?
Oh, no, I'm a solo traveler.
Very well. We will begin our meeting in approximately, and she looks down at the tablet again, 5 minutes. And she kind of turns, and the whoever this partner is of some kind still stands in the doorway for a moment, and still searing daggers into those two idiots that were across from you, and they kind of like cough and choke on their own spit for a second. One of them like kind of starts like he accidentally dribbles his beer down his like in front of his face at the sight of this individual, and they kind of both just immediately look down at their laps. she turns and exits with the woman with the tablet and heads back to the back room. They kind of leave it in like a real empty, like uncomfortable space here at this time, but at least those two are no longer, as well as the remainder of eyes staring at you in this place, begin to falter away. Let's see. We'll do it this way. Everyone but Eliora, please roll me a d20.
You're
10.
Just a dice.
19.
Joey, on your screen down at the bottom where the game log is, you can actually just select dice there.
1d20.
Also
Oh,
a 10.
Shit. I got a 5.
Bro. I hate rolling in D&D Beyond. I got a 6.
I also got a 6.
Hell yeah, twin shit.
I'll kill myself.
Whoa, ETA, bro.
Just kidding.
Let's
Just kidding.
see.
It's just a joke.
It's jokes, I promise.
For legal reasons, he was joking.
So, let's see. Val and Dahlia, go ahead and re-roll.
Two.
$18.
Alrighty. And then Remiel, what was your roll again? I'm sorry.
It was a 19.
A 19. Very nice.
I'm pretty sure my other character is gonna die this Saturday.
No, we won't think about that. Ramiel, you casually are running your fucking little booty through, and thanks to the pleasures of knowing this place pretty much inside and out, you know all of the ins and outs to and which alleyways to take to get you to the Poison Chalice the fastest. Approaching inside, it looks about as grim as it ever does on the outside. All walks of life milling about. Feels like, the hustle and bustle definitely slows down quite a bit here in the starving sector. But at least the people are a little less, how you say, aggressive in terms of, it's like aggressively needy, I guess. People want your attention, people want you to buy, people want you to do all kinds of things out here. In the starving sector, it's a lot less of that kind of vibe. People are a little more merry, people are a little more willing to share, and a little less interested in business. It's more pleasure down here. It's not to say that people don't meet here specifically for business inquiries, such as the one you guys are attempting to enter in now, but it definitely is a whole different vibe than what you guys saw, seemingly quote unquote up top. Technically, it is a layer higher up the moon, but so entering in, a lot of usual faces. You don't really frequent this place that often. You've heard of it, but it's never really been your vibe kind of place. It's very dungeony, very stoic. A A lot of big dude bros in here, not gonna lie.
Not the dude, bros.
But looking around, getting a good glance of the place, what do you do?
Um, Ramiel would definitely try to like eye out where I guess everyone's supposed to meet, while he shuffles between the tables and stuff like that to where the meeting place is. He probably would have snagged a drink off of someone's table on
Go
the
ahead
way
and roll
there.
me a sleight of hand.
Absolutely, this is where my luck ends for sure. I knew it.
You go to like nonchalantly swipe a glass off of somebody's table, without even looking down at even what it is, and the guy grabs your wrist like, "Hey, I was drinking that."
Oh, I'm so sorry. The coat sometimes it snags on things. It's a truly apology.
Yeah, okay. And he kind of just like yanks it from the from your wrist and just kind of holds on to it, but he dismisses you.
When his back's turned, Ramiel just kind of sticks out his tongue but keeps going.
Enough. A lot of the tables and benches seem to be taken up here, but you may sit wherever you would like or stand. I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is D&D.
Nah, he's definitely taking a seat. Um, and resting the feetsies on the table because we're cool.
Because we're cool.
Because we're cool.
Because it amuses me, Aaron, why don't you please make me a Constitution check?
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep.
And then please roll me a D5 or a D6. We'll do these
Brothers, we
D6.
are representing with our roles tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, that explains the Constitution check, surely, doesn't it? You have pounded out 6 beers without even realizing it, or
Holy
a
crap.
mug of whatever's in this slosh that you've been given repeatedly, uh, and you're not feeling too hot. And I think at this point the boys are probably grabbing you by the shoulders, saying, "I think it's time we head out of here."
He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow.
Six of them is crazy, bro.
I love that for you.
Hey,
Both of those roles.
Oh, I don't
Tell
like
me
the
about it.
rolls, but
Are we all drinking?
I
for
mean,
sure.
you can if you want. It's not really gonna do a whole lot to you there, buddy.
Yeah, I do have poison resistance, huh?
Well, that and you also just can't really drink or eat.
I can, it just doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, it just doesn't really do much. Val, are you
I
drinking
can't
anything,
drink.
buddy? Surely you can dump it
Val
in one
has
of
to
those,
mouth
like,
to
eye
it.
holes or something. I don't know.
Val awkwardly holds a drink and sits there.
He's the guy. He's the guy that just like leans forward and bends his head down, and just the
Every
straw
now and
goes
then
right
he
into the eye
holds the
hole.
cup up to the mask and tilts it slightly as if a drink is pouring out, but nothing actually comes out.
I love that for him. He's trying.
Come on, Val, for he's a jolly good
Oh
fellow.
my god.
Oh, wait.
moving the party outside, you're kind of like haphazardly dragging Aaron along to the poison chalice across the about a block away. Um, you're dragging him in. You are attracting a lot of eyes.
Ramio's sitting up a little bit more straight now, seeing whatever the fuck's coming in here.
You may roll a perception check. Aaron, yours will be, of course, at disadvantage.
Is it the boys that are rolling perception?
The boys are
checks, or
rolling,
that's
yes.
what- Okay,
Oh.
that's what I figured. Yeah, yeah.
I misunderstood.
Well, Aaron, you could roll if you would like as well. It's just that yours would be at
Disadvantage is
disadvantage.
2 and I took the lowest, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can also right click on it and you can select disadvantage.
Ah, I see. You already rolled once.
That checks out, Aaron.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Val, you are kind of like surveying the area as you guys are just kind of nonchalantly dragging Aaron along. And right off the bat, you hear someone mutter under their breath, God, I hope they're not here for Zara's bullshit, 'cause that's embarrassing. And a few others are just kind of mumbling a few other things to each other at the marvel of this. And there's like a handful of individuals, though, that just absolutely do not care.
Val is definitely like looks over at the his very inebriated brother and is like,
Classic Aaron. Dimp, 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 dimp. Hold on. Don't I have that in here somewhere? It's definitely. Yep, I have no idea where the fuck it is. Anyways,
What are you looking for?
there it is. You guys are you guys doing anything in particular? Looking for a place to sit, or maybe try to sober up Aaron a little bit
Yeah.
here?
that would be a good idea to try to sit Aaron down here.
I would like
Maybe,
to
just maybe.
picture you just like stumbling into like a booth.
Yeah. Is there any booths open?
Not necessarily open, but there's a few people sitting in them with like empty seats next to them.
Val, thankfully, has a strength of 16, so hopefully I'm able to prop him up fairly easy.
That's kind of funny. We're about to like weekend at Bernie's, Aaron.
The height difference is a little entertaining too between these three. They make like a little Wi-Fi signal.
So as we approach, Dahlia, you're on your way, and something else catches your eye though for a moment. You see a flash of a billboard. I say billboard loosely; it's a holographic ad. Billboard for layman's terms, and it's an advertisement. But for only a brief second, there is an image of some kind of star symbol, and it looks really suggestive, like it's meant to mean something. But they're kind of trying to sell you like this kind of like an exosuit to like what they call like a is supposed to modulate your body in a sense that you could create like your day-to-day life would be vastly improved. And at first your brain's like, this is exactly what you would expect in a place like this. But then you also catch at the end that it is endorsed by Aaron Draven, who you have quite a few hearings of amongst many of the people within the bazaar to be the owner of the bazaar. And just as you're kind of milling over what you know about this guy, at least the secrets that you may or may not have heard amongst others to each other or otherwise, you kind of catch a glimpse of a crowd gathered. And it seems like it's getting a little, I wouldn't say violent, but it's getting like violent in the sense that they're really going after whatever it is that's over there. You are within good couple feet though of the poison chalice. What should you do?
I'll see what the scuffle's about.
So you're heading over there, and over the top of these heads of all these individuals, you catch a glimpse of long flowing hair and robes of many silks. Some you've never even got a chance to lay eyes on. And a flash of a smile, and you realize that this might have been exactly who was on that billboard for a second. Though you've never seen him in person, something about him is like oozing with charisma. How that makes you feel, I don't know.
Um, what what does it look like is like is there a fight occurring between two people? Is there like a crowd of people watching someone kick someone else who's down? Like what is actually
So,
unfolding?
a lot of people seem to be fawning over this individual, while there does seem to be some seriousness and purpose in his walk, his stride, rather, toward a couple of individuals who are. There is a scuffle and there are weapons drawn. There isn't any kind of violence or confrontation or the confrontation, but there's no violence yet. Um, and this massive crowd of people all seem to have eyes on Aaron, and more so in a kind of almost like idolized trance state. Um, they're surrounding him, but not in the sense that they're like crowding him necessarily, but more so like there is a solid like 5 feet of space between him and every person trying to get his attention. As he is approaching these two individuals about to engage in some kind of bloody battle here.
Okay. Um I don't have any business with him. I mean, the meeting is inside this establishment that he owns, but he's not involved in it, is he? As far as I'm aware.
As far as you're aware, now.
I'll just walk past. I'll head inside.
All right. What is your passive perception?
Passive perception 13.
13. Okay, so as you're entering in, going swiftly past whatever this menagerie is going on out there, Um, you do catch glimpse of a glint off of some kind of metallic something rather. You can't quite make it out because it doesn't exactly. Whatever's happening is not necessarily at your leisure, but um, it is very intrusive in the way that it is almost like a chrome metallic and not necessarily like the rusted aerospace metal that may be used that people use for armor or for others. Is very polished, very clean enough for you to notice this glint. But it moves so swiftly that even if you were to turn to look at it, it's gone.
Okay, yeah. I don't really think that there's anything currently going on that she'd want to stick her neck out or get in trouble about. Do I see any sign of people gathering or of a place where I might observe people as they start to gather?
I mean, upon entering in, it looks to be about as neutral of a bar as you can get. The vibe in here is rather gruff. There's an odd trio sitting in a booth across from a slightly intimidated couple. There's a disheveled, vibrant blue individual. I want to say is probably trying to make communication of some kind to someone sitting next to them who is absolutely elbows deep in a plate of something. Um, and of course, the halfling in the back of the room. But it does feel like at least half the people in this room are waiting, essentially. Other half are just common patrons.
All right, I'd like to situate myself somewhere where I can keep an eye on the waiters.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Booker. You are now sprinting at this point because you realize that even though you are slightly late, your little legs can only carry you so far. So, traveling as fast as possible. Yeah, it happens. As a short person, I can confirm that it happens. I say that, but I still walk pretty fast for a short person.
You walk faster than me.
Listen, my dad always told me you're gonna be short your whole life. You better learn how to either keep up with everybody or learn how to just be the last one in line. So take a lot of little steps or take really big steps. there was no in between. So you listen. You didn't have much of a choice, okay? That's different. That's different. Racing through the streets now, the crowd that is amassed outside where you can see the lit sign of the poison chalice, it's moving with the crowd, but you don't see any kind of sign of anything happening necessarily. Just all of these people fawning and feigning attention for this beautifully long-haired, flowing individual with silks of every patch of work. Stuff you've never seen before. And this weird, like, enthrallment they all have with him. What do you do?
Can you remind me, like, what exactly is going on outside? Like, what is happening with that person?
They're moving rather with purpose. It's just that as they move, every step they're essentially creating this parade of individuals around him. All are seeking some kind of attention from him. But as far as what he's doing, he is now swiftly moving down this street toward something else that you can't see, really.
I think Booker is too focused on the fact that he's late and just keeps going.
Absolutely fair. Yeah, it doesn't appear that there's anything he's necessarily going toward. It's just he's moving, and this massive amount of crowd is moving with him, which is kind of working out in your favor slightly because it's kind of clearing a path to the poison chalice. So you're just kind of booking it there. As you make the beeline to the door, an individual, kind of like a tall, armored man, kind of opens the door as he's exiting. As you're about to enter. Yeah, you caught that in there. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Kind of like slide in underneath his arm a little. He doesn't even notice that you're there. Or at least he doesn't acknowledge it. And he leaves, and you enter as the tall, slender woman with a tablet and their comrade exit from the back room. And she's ever indulged into whatever is on this tablet, the information that is there. And as she picks her head up and scans through the room, she kind of locks eyes with each and every one of you. She doesn't say anything, no telepathic comments, nothing, just kind of acknowledges each of you. And with a small movement of a head nod, kind of emphasizing to follow her, she turns around and goes back.
I'll follow her.
Yeah, Ramio would get up from his seat and follow.
All right, jolly good fellows, up we go.
Up we go. Come on, bud.
I guess that's my cue.
Up we go.
Up we go.
I liked this little image. It was cute.
If he throws up, he better throw up on you. You're easier to clean.
I don't
I like.
up.
I fruit up.
I flew up.
Mom, I food up.
All right, so I will go ahead and dump photos of these two individuals that you have now gathered insight upon, all of you. Keep doing it. It's easier to just do it this way. This is the I'm dying. This is the individual with the tablet.
Oh no, she's hot.
This is the individual following her silently.
Wolf, relax.
We love Wolf's reacts on absolutely every NPC I've ever posted. God damn it. I saw the one that Dondi posted.
No, you didn't. Saw nothing.
The PP is crazy.
Whoa.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that on stream real fast. The pictures, not the reacts. The reacts are for us and only us.
Oh.
Part of the experience, though. I feel like.
I think we can
feel
let
like it,
the audience choose their reactions to the NPCs. What am I saying? They're probably similar, probably, but we'll let them infer what our reactions were to all of these individuals. Those are pretty great reactions for both characters here. And then share the other character to stream. Entering into the back room, bless thy souls.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Something almost died there. As we enter into the back room, there is a rather interesting gentleman, arms crossed, affixed in his chair, a wooden chair. While it looks like he's a little disinterested in what is happening here, as well as the party as you all walk in behind their two individuals here. And he kind of like gruffs a little, but kind of just he doesn't really have anything to acknowledge at you guys. But the one with the tablet gestures for you all to sit. And as you guys all take your seats, yeah, you got it. I believe in you guys. You can find the chairs.
Right. He'd plop it right down. And once again, tilting back in the seat. Really testing face right there.
The one
Whatever
with
the tallest chair is.
Oh, absolutely. I love that for you. You probably need
Whatever
like
the smallest chair is, I want to try to sit down.
a really tall warhorse just
okay,
knees together.
Leave me the drunken one. All right.
We'll just set him down on the floor.
He's upright. It's
No.
just sitting in the corner.
Yeah.
No. He gets put in a chair.
In a chair. Nice
Val
and
will
neat.
stand behind the chair to make sure to catch him if he starts to topple over.
Aaron's there, just no, I'm fine. Stop. Yes, everyone take your seats. As the one with the tablet goes through and is jotting down something in the tablet and scrolling through a couple of lists of some kind of information, one with the piercing yellow eyes is just surveying the room heavily. You're starting to even feel a little anxious at what that person might have to say. But before it looks like they're even going to say anything, they immediately stand straight as an arrow, staring at the door. There is another door in this room in the back as well, off to the side. And it is shut. This individual with yellow eyes would have closed the main back door room where you guys had entered behind you all as you all entered. And the one with the tablet looks up and addresses you all. My name is Echo. I am the comms and navigator of this adventure. And any questions that you may have, you may run them through me first, as I will likely have an answer for you. The one in the corner, staring at the door, does not say anything. But Echo gestures to her and says, "This is Nyx, our weapons operator. There is not a single weapon on our ship or off the ship that she doesn't know about. And I would be careful. She does have deadly aim." She thinks that she's cracking a joke here when she says this, but she casually just throws in, "Not that she'll be aiming at any of you." She kind of like waits for there to be laughter, but it's just crickets in the room, and she just goes back to her tablet.
I get it. It was a joke.
Oh no, I don't think so. Jokes are funny.
I thought it was a bit funny.
The guy who is already seated at the table does not say anything. He just kind of grumbles. And just, you can't tell because he's kind of wearing shades, but it feels he's like rolling his head like in an eye roll kind of way. It's not very subtle. I will give you his photo. Old.
We lost Max.
No.
They said their Wi-Fi died.
God damn it.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yay.
I don't know how to feel about these reactions.
We're still reacting.
Well, the reactions on this individual that's in the room here.
Oh.
I placed them in the lore channel for you. Here you go, stream. You can see. With his arms still folded, he still seemingly has nothing to say. A few moments go by. Echo's rapidly checking her tablet for something, it looks like. Although expressionless, it seems like it could be important. Can't really tell, though. Who has the highest perception? I believe.
I have a -1, so that sounds pretty good.
That's impressive.
Love
I
that.
have a 16.
16.
Okay, you got me beat. Mine's a 14.
So I believe, Remiel, you have the highest perception here. One thing you will notice about the room, essentially, there's not really much in it, per se, but rather the people here who are all strangers. These new people who have addressed themselves to you, it seems like Echo is clearly some kind of android, but it's none that you've ever seen in the bazaar. The bazaar is crawling with androids, of course, all cybernetic life. This one is weirdly lifelike and has zero sense of, I don't know what the word is, but like most androids have a derivative. There is something that they do that perform a task. But this one is
Sentient?
not even. It's not even that. But there is something very off about her. I was like, you want weird sentience? What the fuck is Nocturix? Not that you would know that. I just find it funny. So, Echo looks up from her tablet and gestures toward this individual in the chair, who at this point looks like he might even be half asleep. We can't even really tell. And she says, "This is Dr. Kale Thorne. Dr. Thorne has been with us on the ship now for, I believe, 4 years." He kind of just, Dr. Thorne is a highly intelligent medic who will do his best to keep you all alive. And at this comment, it does warrant a slight chuckle out of Thorne, as he kind of just, sure, if that's what we want to call it. Just
Remy
don't
will also
go
chuckle.
dying. Just don't be trying to die. Like, we're limited resources amongst the ship as it is. Okay. You can't really tell, but he kind of just glances periodically toward the boys. Like, he's just the most unsure about these three right here.
What do you mean?
Hey,
Looks
Doc,
at
I got a squeak in my elbow. Got some WD 40?
Aaron's head slowly just falls over to one side.
no, fix that. Okay, maybe I'll just hold it up.
Just hold it up, it's fine. Not too much longer before there is a kind of creak in the door on the side door there, as a large, imposing figure walks through. This gentleman is very tall. I say that like everyone is not a modest 6'2". So
I'm not
It's
though.
a small 6'2". What do you mean?
he's
Just a petite little 7 foot.
yeah, that's all. That's
Just a little
all.
guy.
Yeah, he stands at probably about 7'6". He's pretty large.
Jesus.
He's a large. He does do like
He's a
the
whole
full like.
5 feet taller than me.
He's
How's that neck feeling?
tall. He does a little like bend down to
Sore.
get through the doorway. And
I
he
think
kind
Booker
of.
now stands on his chair.
All right, valid. Still not quite as tall, but I like where you're going with this.
It added a whopping foot to your height.
Hell
Put
yeah.
him on my head, then we'll be tall.
Oh, they're all gonna die so quickly.
He kind of tilts his head to the left and to the right. You hear audible, what should be popping sounds, but it sounds more like mechanical clinking back and forth. As he stands there and just like grimacing at the group of you. One, two, three, this one. Bam. Immediately off
Whoa.
rip is crazy work. I can't tell if this is like Wolf just reacting to like every new character or if it's something else.
The heart one and the sparkle eyes are just the new characters. Except for Mr. Suave up top. I forgot to get him. Hold on. There we go.
On screen. And
They're also open to interpretation, so
that's entirely on brand for you. He kind of like glosses over all of you and just kind of just like, you guys are the crew. Well, save us all. Before he lets anyone make a retort, including his comrades there, in walks considerably smaller than he is. This slender female in an overcoat, wearing, of course, a trifold hat. Why not? With braided hair. Something about her seems very luminesque about her, as there are these tribal bands down her skin, and hands that faintly glow, and kind of almost giving like a bioluminescent vibe to it. Certainly something that, although yes, most of the things that so far that you've seen in the bazaar is things you've never seen before, but in terms of androids and large people who are cybernetic or some kind of alien of esque of some sort, um, alien is one thing, right? In terms of things from different planets or worlds. But this particular individual is not from any of those that you would have known about. He has a very particular look. Dr. Thorne, yes, very odd, not something you would normally see on any planet necessarily, but there is still, vaguely at least, some kind of husk of a human in there. I mean, skeletorally, that's what it looks like, at least from just looking at him. Whether that is or is not what he is, I have no idea. I mean, I know, but you guys don't know. um, but she kind of lazily struts in here, um, behind this large gentleman and stands ahead of him as he stops at the doorway and doesn't sit down at the head of the table. Instead, she stands with her hands in her pockets to address you all. She looks over at Echo first and says, "Have you made the proper introductions?" Echo just nods, and looks back down at her tablet there. And every once in a while, you'll notice Echo looks up, looks around the room, but not at anyone in the room, looking at like the walls, as each door now is closed. This woman stays for a second to really take in the group here, similar as everyone else has, except this one in a little bit more of an analytical side to it, really trying to take in exactly what it is that's going on here. Getting that first glimpse is arguably, she does not feel like this is promising, but you don't pick up that vibe necessarily, because her face begins to grow stern as she begins to address you all. Business. Let me first address my name is Zara Vera. By this point, I'm sure that you have heard what it is that you may have heard. Whether that be a little or a lot. I am sure by now you have heard that this quest is not, well, fleeting positivity amongst others. And
I
what you
think he means
may.
Death Wish.
Yes, precisely. Does that happen to scare any of you at all?
No.
Hmm, very well. Audibly, you can tell that the sounds of the tavern through the door that you walked through is slowly starting to strum down a bit. You kind of watch. Nyx says absolutely nothing as she just walks out that door into the tavern and shuts the door behind her. As Zara stands there with her hand in her coat pockets, there a bit of dust rags off of the coat there. Same. She kind of looks toward Echo and her data pad there, um, and kind of points to it like, "Is this it?" Waiting for Echo's response, Dr. Thorne kind of interjects with, "Doesn't matter. Look at these guys; they're gonna die anyways. We've been through this before. They're not gonna make it. Can we just skip to the part where we all die in a fiery, burning death again? I mean, not you guys. That would just be bad." Zara cuts him off,
You said
and
again?
there may have been quite a few more or less incidents with previous inquiries. But nonetheless, whether or not you are ready for that is up to you. I'm sure by now you've heard all the rumors and whispers, maybe even lies about, you know, the missing Corsair ship, about a possible ghost transmission looping through the outer rings, about, the treasure that possibly exist. She kind of leans in a little bit onto the table. Good. Keep it that way. Because whatever you think this job is, it's smaller than what it really means. I am not offering credits. I'm offering purpose. She gives a faint smirk while she realigns and offers you this. The job is simple. We find the wreck in dead space, retrieve what's left, and disappear before anyone knows we were there. The details come when you've earned. Till then, trust me or walk.
Sorry, but there will be credits at the end of this, correct?
I also would prefer the credits, um, as well.
I don't think I can pay debts with purpose.
Ah, yes. But I'm sure you've heard with fame there is always fortune.
It sounded very vague and cryptic. There are credits at the end.
Of course.
Who might find us if we don't get out quick enough?
The Galactic Federation has been on us about this for a long time, we can say. And not just us, but for anyone that goes near it, as they are also looking for this ship. But who's to say where it really is? I'm hoping that I might actually have that answer for once. She looks over to Echo, and Echo tosses down the datapad and presses a button on it, and it brings up a hollow map of the stars. In the stars, you can see basically all of the Ethereum. It is showing the outer rings where traces of quote unquote signs and signals have come from. Every planet within the Ethereum. There are half dead moons and exploded stars. There are a few notable areas, but primarily there's one solid blinking light. This is where our transmitter has arrived. This, and she points to the bazaar's hidden, quote unquote, hidden location. This is where we are. Now, when we found this transmitter, this transmission was sealed through an entirely encrypted wall. But thank you to Echo, and she gestures toward Echo, we were able to find this encrypted code quite useful. Go through my notes 1 second. I wrote this like this is like one of the first things I wrote. I'm gonna take a quick second here to look at this. So I want to read it word for word so you guys actually have it. Oh, perfect. Search is a wonderful tool. So Echo presses the button on the datapad and audio begins playing. It's static at first before you hear. If you can hear this, you're already too close. And it cuts and more static fills the room. Coordinates buried in the drift, they'll They'll never find it. Not the Syndicate, not the Federation. And mid laugh, it statics again. Static crackles a bit. Treasure's not gold. It's truth. Yeah, they probably erased. Yeah, you know who. Nebula X wasn't lost. What are you talking about? They, they hit it? Surely not. But it could be buried in that ghost current, between the two dying suns. And it cuts again, and a bunch of audio distortion. Yeah, located in, and then it cuts again. No, 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 no. They called it Project Ethereum. Said it could, who knows, rewrite where we are, what we are? That sounds ridiculous. And in between this seemingly like just conversational audio clips, it cuts again. I chose this. And it cuts again with more static. No. Check there. It's too close. It's too close. We need to back up. We need to, and then it cuts again one more time into an abyssal static silence, and the signal loses contact altogether. Zaro kind of looks around at you guys, like waiting for any questions that may follow, as cryptic and vague as this audio file may seem.
So the credits are a thing, yes?
Just one last time.
Provided that you live.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Um,
No credits, yay.
You
We're
live.
working for free.
Or what?
What?
Is that what you agreed to when you signed up for this?
That is not what I signed up for.
Okay. Hey, wait. You're conscious.
Somewhat. Still intoxicated.
Well, it sounds like you checked in at the fun parts.
I heard credits. I woke up.
Yep. Okay.
Credits will be rewarded provided should you live through this endeavor.
perfect. Then I suppose you have me in your crew.
Everyone
What
else?
is the process of us getting there?
Well, in the transmission, that's, ghost current between the two dying suns. It will not be easy to get there. Primarily, what I'm recruiting you for is, well, do any of you firstly have any kind of experience aboard a... She kind of jokingly just stolen ship?
Val
You got
pointedly
so much at the
doesn't look
end.
at his brothers.
We might have gone around.
Are we sure we adjusted his intelligence stat?
And what of you about the Federation?
What about our what?
Do any of you have any ties to the Federation, the Galactic Federation?
Uh,
Positively or negatively?
I do. That's it.
Are you
Val
I
just
do.
looks over.
sinking into the chair?
They're not positive. They destroyed my home. Killed my family.
Oh, thank God! I thought you were part of them.
Sorry,
Uh,
bad time to exclaim relief right after the dead family
yeah,
line.
dude.
I
said
hope
what
that
I
thank
said.
God wasn't for the fact that I against the Galactic Federal and
You
not
gotta believe
that
whatever
my
you think
family
this
is
was
dead.
Well, then I believe that you all would be able to handle yourself on a little chase, should they catch wind. They don't exactly know where we're going, but that does not mean that they will be present and vigilant. The Federation does have eyes in ways that even I am not 100% sure. So we will need to be ever present. Do you think you guys can handle that?
For the first time, Val actually reaches out to her head because he hasn't spoke the entire time because he can't. Uh, and it's like we will be provided a ship even if stolen. Correct? We don't have to steal it ourselves.
Of course. The Eclipse is one of the fastest ships that we could get our hands
Okay.
on. The large, imposing man in the back just kind of steps forward and goes, with his arms crossed, just, yeah. We stole that baby back a couple of years ago, and, well, it's never steered us wrong this far. Federation hasn't been able to catch us yet. Which is ironic, because it was their ship.
Knock on some wood.
Val awkwardly knocks on the chair.
You got it, buddy. My first mate aboard the ship is Ironjaw. Weird name. Imbecile. Thorn throws in at the table. Yeah, well, this imbecile still holds rank over you, so I wouldn't get too comfortable over there. Dr. Thorn, I'm sure you've all been made clear, is your medic aboard the ship. He can handle most things. However, I would advise, if you can, to minimize the amount of pain or suffering or dismemberment you may have. Dr. Thorne's methods are a bit chaotic for some people. The previous crew did not appreciate his modifications.
Can I ask about the previous crew? What happened to them?
We were being chased on another run. It was not for this, but some of them may have been, how to say it, they may have been left behind. Others brutally murdered. Yeah. The Federation
And
is
what
not the
would
only ones after this. Anything that we do.
what would one need to do to make sure they didn't get left behind?
When it's time to leave, you better be on the ship.
Understood.
Our navigator and wayfinder, she is a rather acquired taste for some, but she does know how to fly a ship. When she says it's time to go, it's time to go. We will do everything and anything that we can to preserve you all. However, efficacies of which are on the ship outweigh value to most of our lives. She is prepared to leave whether any of us are on the ship or not. Now, those who are not here are in fact our navigator, Starfinder. She is on board the ship, as well as our chief engineer, Gizmo. There's no description on Gizmo from her at all. Just
Mhm.
there's a couple of eye rolls in the room at the mention of his name from her crew, but that's pretty much yeah.
That's a good reaction. I like that reaction.
Gizmo is a bit eccentric, but he is the smartest, fastest working creature aboard the ship. There's another eye roll that goes through the room. Her crew just completely bothered again at even the mention of his name. The only one that can't eye roll and chooses not to is Echo. Even Nyx's hard exterior emits a form of visceral reaction at the sound of his name. Perfect. If all of your affairs are in order, we leave tonight. You kind of just see, like, Dr. Thorne look up, like, ah, yeah, because we can all freaking tell what time it is. And as she turns, Zara kind of stands there a second, kind of awaiting to ask you guys if you have any questions, but the rest of her crew rapidly leave out of the room. Is there any more questions? Or does anyone need to step out of this quest?
Oh, I'm looking to. So I have this whole form document. You can look it over in more detail, but essentially, I'm looking to have the escape pod on the ship sort of set aside as my private domicile.
Very well. I believe that can be arranged. She'll gesture over to Echo as Echo is exiting the room, and Echo will just kind of give a nod. Like, whatever it is she's going to do will kind of address that situation.
Wipe some fingers across the screen of a tablet to give some information sent across from the guild.
She nods and gestures in kind. Any other questions?
Are there other escape pods on the ship?
We have two
Or the only
available.
one? Oh. Is there any other paperwork that one could fill out for the other one?
It could be arranged. Would, unless opposed. And it kind of looks around at you guys like, is there anyone else that might be bidding for this room? That's technically not a room.
I'm bidding for the not room portion of this.
Booker is surprised that he even got a possible yes.
I
Very
didn't know
well.
this was possibility, so now I'm also throwing hand in.
don't know who you are, but I don't like you. I just decided right now.
Yeah.
I will leave
What's
Ironjaw
Aaron? What's going on here?
in the determination of that. But both will be taken into consideration. Thorn gets up out of his
Of
seat
course.
and begins making his way through the room and does not leave any room for any questions. On his end, anyways.
How long is this trip gonna be?
Well, we're determining it to be approximately. We can get there the swiftest, uninterrupted. About 2 weeks' time.
It's not too bad.
But we do not know what it is that we may encounter along the way.
And you've made this run before, or no?
The distance, yes. Location, not so much. Most
Is there
ships
any
don't travel out.
I was gonna ask if there's been any other, anyone else who's made this trip that you know of.
There are a few Corsair ships amongst other void. However, none successful.
This is all sounding very, very promising. And like we're not gonna die. And it's gonna go great.
As I said
We're not
before,
gonna
Dr.
die.
Thorne is very skilled.
I think I'm scared of Dr. Thorne, if I'm gonna be honest, but I'll keep that in mind.
I thought he was absolutely charming.
Don't be fooled on how he's dressed. He's dressed like a well-dressed man.
I thought he had a great personality.
I don't know. He kind of saw humor in death, but that's fine. Whatever.
It's a little funny sometimes.
It's a little oversight. It's fine. Well then, everyone's affairs are in order, questions are answered. There's only one place left to go. I will give you guys the image. It is where we will end our session tonight of the first of many.
Yippee!
Kind of generalized. DK's really bad at drawing, so we kind of just AI image everything here. Unless otherwise. But primarily, it's usually just to give you guys a general visual of what it is that you're walking into. But this is essentially the ship. Don't let the size of the picture fool you. That ship is huge. Down to the hangar, like the docking bay is where we're headed next. And we will see that next week.
Sweet.
Which we will then also have our
Yippee.
chance at our lovely inspiration in exchange for the recap.
A reward for being a good noodle.
A lot has been consumed in this session. I definitely know that. Everything being just enough odd and peculiar and encrypted that there is a lot to mill over per character, per encounter. If there are any particular questions that you may or may not have for me personally in between our time to next week, you are absolutely free to send messages to me in the side chats. I'm going to give you enough of an answer to feel comfortable and satisfied, but not enough of an answer that's probably going to make a whole lot of sense. So keep that in mind. But because I'm sure for a few of you, there are plenty of questions that you have, and I'm happy to indulge as many of them as possible. So, being said, I'll see you guys next week.
Okay,
Oh, good night. Goodbye.
Thank you for the session.
Yeah.
Goodbye, 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 good night.
Goodbye,
Goodbye,
goodbye, goodbye.